I ask the member for Chilliwack to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought what better way to celebrate St. Patrick's Day than to recite one half of an Irish blessing for our daily reflection. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the warm rays of sun fall upon your home. And may the hand of a friend always be near. May green be the grass you walk on. May blue be the sky above you. May pure be the joys that surround you. And may true be the hearers that love you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions by members. Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for accommodation. I do want to take a moment to introduce my family. As many people know, all the MLA who was able to be here is because they all have a strong family looking after and taking care of a family member. So today I want to acknowledge my in-laws who flew thousands of miles here and who also actually went through all the quarantine requirement to be here to take care of my wife and take care of my newborn baby, Mackenzie Yao Yi. My in-laws are Tan Yansen and, sorry, my apology, and Mrs. Ning Xiuyun. I would like to ask the House to welcome them and welcome my baby girl at the same time. Thank you, everyone.
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my nephew, Nathaniel Alexander Coulter, to the Legislature today on his 21st birthday. He currently lives in Abbotsford and is a student at the University of the Fraser Valley. I have one particularly fond memory of him. When he was 5, he and I stopped at a drive-thru to buy 6 cookies. Before we got 500 meters down the road, there were 5 cookies gone and he was covered in crumbs. I'm so glad that he left a cookie for me. Anyway, I hope this House will help me wish my nephew, Nate, a happy birthday.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you know, first, I really want to congratulate my colleague, Henry. I'm so happy his daughter is here. Many of you know my background as a lawyer, but earlier in my life, I was an absolute science kid. Physics was my jam, and I originally went to university, UC Berkeley, a Bastion of Science, to study physics. So I'm delighted to speak about innovation right in my constituency, Richmond, Queensborough. On July 30th, NASA successfully launched their Mars 2020 Perseverance rover mission, scheduled to land on the Red Planet on February 18, 2021. Primary mission is to search for signs of ancient microscopic life and collect the first ever Martian soil samples to bring back to Earth, which for a long time fan of the X-Files and anything sci-fi, thrills me to no end. But the NASA team also prepared this trip for another first. Footage of a spacecraft landing on another planet. Previous Mars missions have taken lots of photographs, still photographs of planetary descent, but no landing has ever been filmed. While everything about a space mission takes expert engineering, landing the rover is an especially high-stakes endeavor. The entire process of entry, descent, and landing takes only 7 minutes, during which a wrong move can leave the whole mission in flames. In late February, you may have all have seen some of those spectacular images from NASA's Perseverance rover touching down on Mars. I was hoping to get one in front of you, but I guess there's some rules around that. Well, did you know that that was brought to you courtesy of a company that's located right in the constituency of Richmond, Queensborough, FLIR Systems. I had the pleasure of speaking with Sadik Panjwani, Vice President of FLIR Systems, the company that designed and built those cameras right here. He described to me in detail how these cameras were built, how they captured what I can only describe as unique and dramatic images of the Red Planet, including the deployment of the parachute, the rover hanging below, and the descent of the vehicle. I have some of those photographs here, so if any members would want them, please email me and I'd be glad to get you a copy. Please join me in congratulating this incredibly innovative company. Thank you.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm going to speak today about an incredible northern group called NEAT, the Northern Environmental Action Team that was established in 1989. They are a homegrown group of creative and innovative people that believe in building a healthy, vibrant, and connected communities through education and outreach activities. NEAT is a proud part of Northern British Columbia and provides community outreach and education programs like NEAT FX, their K-12 education program that is dedicated to bringing current hands-on curriculum-based programming to classrooms to help inspire students to the world around them. Food Secure Kids, a K-6 food security program. And Nourish, a local food rescue program providing job skills training opportunities. Camp Wildlings, which my son will be attending next week, and Little Wildlings will take campers deep into the Fish Creek Community Forest and allow their imaginations to come alive as they discover all that nature has to offer. Recently, NEAT took over operational duties of the local Meals on Wheels program, focusing on delivering quality frozen, nutritious, and affordable meals to those who need it. Fireweed Market is NEAT's newest unique shopping experience, providing easy, sustainable product choices to our community. The aim is to provide functional, zero-waste lifestyle choices and offer practical skills development through workshops, while helping to grow and incubate local producers, artisans, and businesses in our community. NEAT is a local treasure, but COVID-19 has highlighted the gaps and the vulnerabilities in our community that disproportionately affect our small rural communities with equally small nonprofit organizations. Finding funds is always a challenge for these groups that provide an incredible service to my community as well as other communities throughout the province. NEAT's dedication to the community and the education they provide to our families truly makes our region a better place. To Jeff Etkin, his board, and Karen Mason-Bennett and her staff, thank you.
Member for Chilliwack-Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today speaking from the unceded traditional territories of the Stalo people to recognize one of many examples of resilience and community spirit in Chilliwack-Kent. On February 21st, the graduating class of Agassiz Elementary Secondary School had a bottle drive to raise funds for their graduation activities. Like so many grads this year and last, the traditional activities surrounding this important milestone will look different due to COVID-19. The grad committee at AESS went around the community collecting return plastics from the community. However, on March 9th, a large portion of what was collected was stolen from the private property where the cans and bottles were being stored. It is estimated that roughly $1,000 was lost to this theft. I had the chance to connect with two soon-to-be graduates, grad committee member Nicole Poole and student council president Mackenzie Leverrier, and they shared their disappointment with me. On March 11th, Nicole shared the news of the theft on Facebook and her disappointment by saying, "We already have lost so much. We barely have a ceremony and cannot celebrate our years of high school coming to an end." The community of Agassiz heard this call to action and quickly stepped up. Donations rolled in, including a very generous cash donation from Norm Sperling at Agassiz SuperValue, and the support was overwhelming. These funds and those from the remaining cans and bottles will help to pay for the grad class's 2021 activities and ceremony, which will allow each graduate to individually walk the stage, collect their diploma and awards, and provide a recording to each of the grads of this special moment. Please join me in thanking the generous community who came together to support our grads, Agassiz SuperValue, all of the education staff at Agassiz Elementary Secondary School, and the grad committee of AESS.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not all heroes wear capes, emerge from a bat cave, spin webs, or are able to leap from tall buildings in a single bound. After a year of unspeakable trauma, anxiety, frustration, and anguish for far too many British Columbia families, we note with tremendous pride and appreciation the efforts of our real-life heroes. All of those women and men who stepped up to the forefront during the pandemic to be there for the rest of us. Those who have selflessly served so many in so many ways to stand tall with their fellow British Columbians in our greatest hour of need. Over the course of the past year, that selflessness has manifested itself in many different forms. People stepping up and volunteering at their food banks, neighbors looking after each other, from shoveling driveways to picking up groceries to simply checking in on each other, families pulling together to care for parents and grandparents, and, Mr. Speaker, There are quite simply no words to describe the resilience of British Columbia's frontline workers or to express our heartfelt appreciation for all that they have done. Doctors, nurses, other healthcare professionals, and first responders who have experienced firsthand the worst of this pandemic and the worsening overdose crisis at the same time. People like Kamloops firefighter Chris, who lives in my neighborhood. Or teachers like those who have been there day in, day out for my daughters and children across our province. Grocery store clerks who have shown up to do their jobs, like my friend Crystal at the grocery store I go to most often back home. Truck drivers who, without hesitation, have risen every day to hit the road, often having nowhere to get a warm meal or a shower for hours on end. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, there appears to be light at the end of the tunnel and a promise of better days ahead. Although what normal looks like in the future remains to be seen. How we thank frontline workers for all they have done will be a discussion for another day. But if there is one thing this past year has taught us, it is that cream really does rise to the top, and we are fortunate in each and every one of our communities to live among real-life heroes. Thank you.
Member for North Coast.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, I'd like to acknowledge an incredible undertaking going on right now in Prince Rupert, a mass immunization program. After an entire year with some of the lowest COVID-19 numbers in the province, Prince Rupert was recently hit hard and fast with the virus. A plan was mobilized to vaccinate every adult who wants a vaccine in a city of 12,000. Just yesterday, over 1,300 residents were vaccinated. We are well on our way to stopping the spread. This massive undertaking requires a huge team, and I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of so many. Please know that you are seen and appreciated, even if you are not named here. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to Julia Pemberton, Kim Hughes, Nyla Bedford, Leanne Cunningham, Tamara Checkley, and the rest of the Northern Health team who worked to put the whole event together. Tamara Meyer, Jesse Sales, and the First Nations Health Authority team, St. John's Ambulance, and the entire BC CDC team. Special mention to Shala McCarthy, Michelle Pele, Andrea Lorette, Carol Lindsay, Cindy Milken, Prince Rupert Physicians, Rosa Miller and the City of Prince Rupert, the District of Port Edward, School District 52 and the grade 12 students of Charles Hayes Secondary, Stuck On Designs and all the local businesses who made donations, Alex Campbell, who blessed the clinic on behalf of the 9 allied tribes of the Coast Tsimshian people, and the hundreds of volunteers who are helping keep the clinic moving smoothly every day. Lastly, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health, for the understanding and quick deployment of resources to carry this enormous feat out. I'm grateful to each and every one of you for the part you're playing in protecting our community. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak of a local society in my constituency of Abbotsford South, the Aldergrove Heritage Society. This volunteer-run museum and community archives runs out of a 1910 Mills prefab building built by Frederick J. Hart of famed Burnaby Hart House. It is actively collecting photos, documents, and artifacts about the history of the Aldergrove area, its area communities, and sharing these pieces of history through its very active social media accounts, which is how it caught my eye. Like many heritage societies and non-profits in our province, the past year has been one of great challenge, for the society depends on membership dues and donations for 95% of its income. Not being able to hold its usual number of events or welcome visitors has been very costly indeed. While the Society was able to take advantage of a small Heritage Canada Small Museum COVID grant, operating grants for small non-government-owned museums are not only difficult to obtain, but nearly always won by larger museums, so I'm told. The Aldergrove Heritage Society has no paid staff, and the museum is run by volunteers, most of which have outside jobs. As a longtime resident of Abbotsford with a long family history in the Fraser Valley, I believe it is important that these smaller groups and facilities be recognized for the important part they play in the preservation of our history, making these collections accessible for the enjoyment and education of present and future generations in the community in which they serve. I thank the Aldergrove Heritage Society for their continued work and urge all members of this House to seek them out on your social media to support their efforts in this pandemic. And if you're looking for a worthy donation, I'm sure they'd be happy to take a check from you as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Premier will make a ministerial statement.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And before I begin, I want to wish a very happy St. Patrick's Day to all of my colleagues here in the Legislature and to people across British Columbia who like to celebrate on the 17th of March, whether they be Irish or they just wish they were Irish. To all of you, have a very, very good day. It is with sadness, however, that I rise to pay tribute not to an Irishman, but to a Scot, a feisty fellow named John Ian Gardner Waddell, who passed away this past weekend at his home in Kitsilano. Ian spent 5 years as the member for Vancouver Fraserview in this House, always working for the betterment of the people of British Columbia. I'll touch on some of those accomplishments as I go through my comments today, Mr. Speaker, but the Waddells started in Glasgow 78 years ago. Ian moved with his family to Toronto, where he was always happy to tell us he skipped 2 grades and still won the debating championship in his grade 12 year when he should have been in grade 10. And anyone who tried to engage with Mr. Waddell in a battle of wits found themselves immediately disarmed by his diminutive size, but also overwhelmed by his command of the language and his tenacious desire to always be at the last one speaking at the end of any engagement. Now, being a friend of mine, that was always a challenge because I too like to be the last one speaking. But Ian was an extraordinary fellow. His first foray into politics was as a 19-year-old history student in Toronto driving Lester Pearson around to campaign events. And it wasn't until he moved to British Columbia that he joined the BC NDP after succeeding Mike Harcourt as legal director of the Vancouver Community Legal Aid Society, Assistance Society in the downtown east side. Voters sent him here, as I said, in the 1990s, but he served before that 5 terms in Ottawa, 4 as the member for Vancouver Kingsway. He was tenacious and fiercely proud of being a representative from Kingsway. And in his last term, after Kingsway was absorbed in a redistribution, moved out to the suburbs, to Port Moody, Coquitlam. And I know the member for Port Coquitlam, who ended up being a constituency assistant for the Little Battler for a period of time, was one of many, many people that Ian mentored over his time in politics. He was always there for a story. He was always there for some advice. Sharon Olson, Naomi Harrison, Paisley Woodward worked with him in Ottawa. The member now we know as the Minister of Health, the member for Vancouver Kingsway. Jack Woodward, prominent BC lawyer, Indigenous rights activist, also learned under Ian Waddell. But it was what Ian did with not 1 minute in government in Ottawa that was truly extraordinary. He served prior to arriving in Ottawa as special counsel to the Berger Commission, the inquiry into the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline. And working with now Justice Tom Berger, Ian learned to understand the importance of our environment, the importance of Indigenous rights and title. And when he went to Ottawa as a member of Parliament, worked hard during the repatriation of the Constitution to ensure that Section 35 in the Canadian Constitution understood the importance and recognition of rights and title in British Columbia. That one act, that tenacious act to convince the first Trudeau Prime Minister of the importance of Indigenous rights is perhaps the strongest legacy of Ian's time in Ottawa. But he did some other things too that I think are worthy of notes. For example, I've mentioned his diminutive size. His first intervention in the House of Commons was when he was recognized by the Speaker. He said, quote, "Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me without binoculars," because he was so far away as a member of the third party and wouldn't have taken up much space when he left his chair, as some members of this House will know. After Ed Broadbent stepped down as leader of the federal NDP, Ian was then the lone member from British Columbia who offered up to be leader of the National Party. So he gathered around him a bunch of young people, someone who would not be recognizable to this day. His assistant, now the member for Vancouver Kingsway and the Minister of Health, ran his campaign. His constituency assistant, the Solicitor General, was signing up people in British Columbia. And I just came along for the ride because I played basketball with the health minister and I worked for someone else doing other things. But Ian had always gathered people around him. One of the first people to say, welcome aboard, when I arrived in Ottawa as just out of school and not knowing what the heck I was going to do with my life, was Ian Waddell. And in large measure, I owe my presence in this place today to Ian's constant support and encouragement. He wasn't successful in 1989, far from it. But boy, we had fun. And no one had more fun than his beloved mother, Isabel, who I can remember at age 94 dancing the night away at the Billy Bishop Legion in Kitsilano. And were she here today, I know, although she would be mindful and respectful of Dr. Bonnie, Dr. Bonnie, she would probably want to go dancing at the Legion, even if public health restrictions restricted her from doing that. Ian wrote some books. He wrote a biography. He wrote a novel. He published or produced films. He was part and parcel of the film tax credits that led to, as Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, that led to the burgeoning Hollywood North that we know so well today. And even the former Premier Gordon Campbell acknowledged during the 2010 Winter Olympics the important role that Ian played in securing the bid for Vancouver out of the Canadian participants in that process. Ian was passionate about the Olympics, and I want to acknowledge the government of Premier Campbell for also bringing Ian along for the ride. And that was the kind of guy he was. Although fiercely partisan, there aren't too many people that didn't have a kind word to say about Ian. Relentlessly optimistic, never negative. Ian was made Queen's Counsel in 2013, and he wrote famously in his book, literally, counsel to the Queen, a high honor indeed. Your Majesty, I stand ready to serve. I don't think Her Highness ever did phone Ian and ask for guidance, but it's her loss that she didn't do that. Ian was also famous for grabbing the mace, and I'm not even going to think about that, Clerk, but he grabbed the mace in Ottawa, and as a result was censured and was called to the bar, the first MP since Louis Riel to do so. Riel didn't show up, so Ian was the first to be chastised for touching the mace. And there was another story, and I'll end with this because I think it speaks to Ian's impishness. It speaks to his lack of strategic thought. He and Jim Fulton were both elected in 1979 to the minority parliament of the Joe Clark government. Now, Jim Fulton was of my stature. Ian Waddell was of the stature of the Minister of Finance. And the two of them contrived on an evening because Jim Fulton's minister was in the Senate. You'll remember the Joe Clark government was a minority government. They had no representation from Quebec. So Prime Minister Clark appointed a guy named Robert Decotre to the Senate and then immediately made him the Minister of Mines. So Fulton had no one to ask questions to. So the larger Fulton and the diminutive Waddell got together on one night, and I've heard this story so many times, and my biggest regret is I won't be able to hear it again. This may well be the last time it's told. But the two of them conspired to rush the Senate. Now, I would have thought you'd send the bigger fellow in first, but not Ian. He said, no, Jimmy, I'll go first. I'll get their attention, and then you run in and ask your questions to the minister. Sure enough, the gentleman usher of the black rods said, intruder, intruder, as young Waddell stormed the Red Chamber in Ottawa. He was immediately tackled by the larger security guards. Fulton went around the other side, asked his questions, and then was dragged out of the place. But Ian was very proud of that he took one for the team, making sure that his colleague could discharge his responsibilities to then the member was, of course, from Skeena on the North Coast, and Waddell and Fulton continued to be fast friends throughout their time in Parliament, and then when they returned back here to British Columbia. Many people will miss Ian. I know I certainly will. And for those who have known him over the many, many years, know that the last thing that he tweeted was the following, quote, "The view from my deck today is the blossoms starting. I can see Stanley Park in the distance and the rest of Canada over the coast mountains. Paradise." I'm going to remember Ian Waddell on his deck, looking across Vancouver, looking across Canada, and acknowledging what we all know. We're in paradise.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and to the Premier for a very apt and touching reminiscence. I got the word yesterday from my friend, the government House Leader, who advised me of Ian Waddell's passing. I don't know about him, but it's occurred to me that one of the sad consequences of arriving here in the early 1990s is that we're called upon to, with increasing frequency, to consider the departure of former colleagues. He was, Ian, as we've just heard, born in Glasgow, proud of it, came here with his folks and ended up ultimately in Vancouver. He was a man who played many roles, as we've heard. A lawyer, started as a prosecutor, defense counsel in Vancouver, and of course early in the 70s ended up as one of the team of commission counsel working with Mr. Justice Berger on the Mackenzie Pipeline inquiry. And I do think it is fair, as the Premier has mentioned, to mention that his appreciation and understanding of the unique linkage between the land and Indigenous peoples was greatly influenced by that experience. He was, as we have heard, a proudly partisan politician and made no excuse for that. A long-time member, devoted member of the NDP, though the Premier has fairly pointed out, Ian mentioned to me a few years back that he actually got his start tootling around with Prime Minister Pearson back in the early 1960s, and he suffered the trials, tribulations, and triumphs of internal party politics, nomination battles, the sort of thing that all of us experience and never talk about. He was also a distinguished parliamentarian. 14 years in the House of Commons. He walked those halls at a unique time in our country's history, as we've heard, when Trudeau the First, Broadbent, and Clark were leading their respective parties, considering something no less than the patriation of our national constitution, and played a role that perhaps history hasn't fully recognized as a member of a third party in terms of the influence that he and his colleagues brought to bear in that exercise. And then he arrived in this place in 1996, which is where I got to know him. And it was shortly after that 1996 election that he was asked to take charge to chair an all-party committee that would travel the province of British Columbia to solicit input and reaction to what was then a draft Nisga'a Treaty, the first modern treaty in British Columbia. And it wasn't an easy task. The government was understandably proud of the achievement. The Nisga'a hopeful, and there were no shortage of critics, least of all political opponents. The committee was an interesting group, no less than Jack Weisgerber, Bill Barasoff, and the relatively new member from Matsqui, as I then was. But I think Ian understood intuitively that this was a time to let people speak and to encourage people with differing views to speak with one another. And his character, his patience, his sense of humor equipped him well for that task. And he would preside over those public hearings, mostly during the day, sometimes in the evening. And then he would preside over private hearings unique locations like Animals Pub in Fort St. James, and a similar establishment in Nass Camp just outside of New Ianche in the Nass Valley. I actually do recall, Mr. Speaker, on one occasion, and forgive me, but I will share this. And this was an evening session, a formal public session, Hansard, all being recorded. And two members of the committee, I am obliged to say, during the break, during the dinner break, had, shall we say, over-imbibed, and arrived at the public hearings that were due to start fairly rambunctious, perhaps overly rambunctious. And Ian had a choice as the chair. He could call them out and would have been justified in so doing, but he was much wiser than that, and quietly reminded the two members involved that the sooner they quieted down and let people make their presentations uninterrupted, the sooner they could get back to those other activities that had clearly engaged their attention earlier in the evening. There were other occasions during that time, those travels and that committee, when it was necessary to board a small aircraft to fly to more remote parts of the province. And as you would expect in BC, sometimes the weather would descend, and I had a particular appreciation of this. There would Ian and I be, both of us nervous flyers, cowering at the front of the aircraft, contemplating our own mortality and the number of by-elections that would undoubtedly be caused by the next incident of turbulence. Mr. Speaker, Ian was fun. We've heard from someone who knew him better than I, but you didn't have to know Ian well to detect the twinkle in his eye and the eternal optimism that propelled him through life. Yes, he loved politics, but I think it's because he loved people. I could not have imagined last December when I spoke to him that it would be the last time that I would speak with him. He was full of life, full of energy. He has left us too soon, and he will be missed.
Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as the relative newcomer, I don't have the stories from decades ago with Ian Waddell, but I can assure you that he made a very deep and indelible impression on me in just the few years that I had the pleasure of knowing him. And it is, I expect, all of us sharing the heavy hearts at the news of his passing. For me, Ian wasn't a partisan. Ian was a model for all of us in that he so clearly put service to people, to the province, to the country, and importantly, to this institution and to parliamentary democracy at the center of who he was. And in the years that I knew Ian, this is what really, truly motivated him. And his commitment to youth and to education and to that vibrant excitement of parliamentary democracy is why I feel I was so easily able to connect with Ian. And I can attest to the enormously positive impression that he made. It was pretty much impossible not to run into Ian in the hallway and absorb that joyous energy that he always had, and the brimming of ideas and innovations and thoughts and projects, and he was relentlessly energetic in finding ways to continue to be of service. And for that, I am very grateful to have had the few years of knowing him that I did. And I think that, as has been outlined by the Premier and the member for Abbotsford West, I only got a small sliver of this extraordinary man who has done many extraordinary things, particularly in service to Indigenous rights and title, the work he did to bring the Vancouver Olympics, his advocacy for the LGBTQ community and rights. He is a model for all of us. He is something we can all aspire to in our years after being in this place, is to be like Ian and remain committed to this institution, to democracy, and to service. He will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you for your beautiful comments about this very amazing man. So on behalf of all of you, all of us will be sending flowers to his family and also a card. A card will be ready for anyone who wishes to sign in my office Monday. It will be available. Please come and visit us. And if you wish, you can put your comments on it. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, for weeks now, we have been asking the Premier to respond for a request for funding to support hockey teams in British Columbia. In fact, we know they will not survive. We are very thankful that there is a return to play in process, but there will be no crowds in the stands. The Premier had this to say, and I quote, "We need to make sure we provide the resources to keep these organizations going until they can get back on their feet," end quote. Well, the Premier knows that these organizations desperately need help. In fact, he said help was on the way, and yet they are still waiting. So today, can the Premier tell those teams and other organizations when exactly they will get the badly needed funding that they have asked for?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for a question. I know her passion for this subject, and I share it. We were delighted to announce the news that the Public Health Office, Dr. Brian Emerson and Dr. Henry had worked through the details of putting in place pods so that the BC Junior Hockey League could have an abbreviated season. We're also mindful of the fiscal challenges that not just the BCHL, the WHL, and a host of other significant sporting organizations, whether it be the Western Lacrosse Association, the junior football, any number of those community-driven initiatives that depend on getting people in seats. They depend on business sponsorships, which have been maintained in many instances, but even those businesses are questioning the investment in an organization that may not be there next year. So we absolutely understand this. We're working through the processes of government, which the member knows very, very well. First order of business was to get the kids back on the ice. Second order of business is to make sure that the teams, the franchise, that are not all for-profit businesses, as she knows. Many of them are community-driven, and many of them are not-for-profits, and we need to make sure that we try and find the type of program that will meet the needs of all of the franchise, not just those that are businesses.
Leader of the Official Opposition on supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the Premier. And we certainly know that there was a lot of celebrating in British Columbia when the return to play was granted, and people are very appreciative of that. So yesterday, we asked about the status of the funding request, and the Minister of Jobs replied, and I quote, "There are grants available for sports teams to apply for," end quote. But as the Premier just pointed out, and he knows well, BC Hockey League teams like the Prince George Spruce Kings, the Powell River Kings, the Merritt Centennials are non-profit organizations. And the Premier himself pointed that out. So what does that mean? It means that yesterday, while the Jobs Minister was busy touting an application, they are ineligible for that minister's grant program. Ineligible. And yet he stood in this House and said to everyone, well, they can just apply. Actually, The Premier may want to know that the Minister of Jobs apparently doesn't know what's going on in his own grant program, which just points out the fact that that program has been botched and bungled since the day it was announced. Another example, just another example of that. So, you know, the members can mutter all they want on the other side, but here's what the Jobs Minister said yesterday. Let's just let those sports teams apply. Well, sadly, the minister doesn't know what's going on in his own ministry, and the Premier needs to clarify for the record today. He can either clarify the Jobs Minister's comments, or he can today stand up and specifically tell us what grant program that non-profit organizations like the BC Hockey League, like the PNE, like festivals across British Columbia, where exactly can they apply for the money that the Jobs Minister touted yesterday?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I think the Leader of the Opposition answered her own question, and I said in my response to her first question that there are not the same apples in this basket. There are apples, there are orange, there are pears. The member knows this full well, as does the minister responsible. Those franchise that are for-profit businesses, should apply for the grants that are available to them. What I said in my response to her, and which I think was abundantly clear yesterday, is there are other franchise operations that are not for-profit businesses, and that will require a different tool, a different solution to the challenge. We want to make sure that all of the franchise have access to the resources that they will need. We want to make sure it's fair and it's equitable. Those that are for-profit businesses have programs that they should have already applied to, and those that are not, we'll see what the balance is at the end of the day, and we'll make sure that they're kept whole as well. That's the objective, Honourable Speaker. And again, one of the challenges I think the opposition is having is they can't take yes for an answer. They can't take yes for an answer. We understand the challenges. We understand the challenges. These programs did not exist 12 months ago. They did not exist 12 months ago. Not everyone is the same, and that's why we need to make sure that we do this in an equitable way that ensures that the franchise in Merritt gets the same access to dollars as the franchise in Penticton.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only in NDP land would it make sense to tell organizations to go and apply for a grant program which they're not eligible for. And with all due respect to the Premier, he is likely hearing from the same organizations that we are, not to mention countless businesses around this province that have been waiting for almost a year now for support from this government. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we asked what kinds of supports nonprofit organizations like Science World and the Vancouver Aquarium and others could expect. The minister responsible replied, and I quote, well, I'm a member of Science World, end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, Science World is going to need more than $130 out of the minister's pocket in order to keep their lights on. So my question to the minister is this: is $130 the level of funding that he believes organizations like Science World and the Vancouver Aquarium need to survive? Or is he prepared to step up today, not 2 days from now, not 30 days from now, God help us, not 6 months from now, but today, and provide the funding for organizations that need the support now?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And clearly, 99.4% of jobs returning to BC is really bothering the opposition members over here. The highest per capita support for businesses and people in all of Canada. I don't understand why they're so angry at the success that we collectively are having here in British Columbia, Honourable Speaker. I shared with the members that there are some businesses, some sports teams that operate like businesses. They've applied, and some have already received the money. As the Premier has noted, some of them are not-for-profits. And I've said yesterday as well, Minister of Tourism and Arts Culture has continued to engage with them to find solutions for the not-for-profits. But the sports organizations that are running like businesses have applied, and some have actually received the money. So the opposition leader will be pleased to hear that. That being said, today we expanded a Launch Online program, Honourable Speaker. fantastic program. We had put $12 million towards that. Originally, we said such an increase in demand. We increased it by $30 million today, Honourable Speaker. And I know the member for Kamloops, when it was announced, said, oh, this is not needed. That was his position. This is not needed. And so, Honourable Speaker, just as we are adapting our programs to adjust to the needs of businesses throughout BC, it's nice to see that the member is adjusting his views on the needs of programs in BC as well.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson on supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not the one that is expressing the anger about it taking a year for this government to deliver programs. It's small businesses, it's mid-sized businesses, it's nonprofit organizations, it's organizations like Science World and the Vancouver Aquarium, rodeos, all kinds of organizations that are waiting and waiting and waiting for this government to deliver. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that's comprehensive about the minister's recovery program is how bungled and how comprehensive his bungling of this program actually is. That's the reality. The minister also claimed yesterday that there was money available for theatres. Made a big deal about this yesterday. Theatres can apply to a program to build infrastructure, but newsflash to the minister. The program is closed. It's closed. It's not taking applications anymore. So there's no money left for performing arts organizations. But Mr. Speaker, that same program had enough money to give the City of Vancouver $645,000 to build a toilet. So now, we all agree on the importance of public washrooms, Mr. Speaker, but $645,000 for a toilet, is it gold-plated? So my question to the minister would be this: why was spending over $500,000 on a toilet more important than grants for struggling performing arts venues that are barely hanging on?
Minister of Jobs and Economic
Thank you,
Recovery.
Honourable Speaker, and the member may want to reach out to the Theatre and Trail, which is delighted to have the dollars available to continue to operate their business. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I've already highlighted and
members, let's listen to the answer.
The twins from Kamloops might want to hear the answer to this, Honourable Speaker.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll let them decide who Danny DeVito is. Honourable Speaker, we have the highest per capita supports in all of Canada for business and people. Honourable Speaker, we're so proud of that. 99.4% of jobs returned, 10 straight months of job increase, leading the country. Honourable Speaker, this is something we should all be proud of. Honourable Speaker, we've cut property taxes, deferred others to reduce pressure. We've prohibited commercial evictions. We've put in tax subsidies for businesses to hire and rehire employees. We've provided a 25% reduction to liquor pricing for restaurants. And guess what? We made it permanent going forward. We're allowing restaurants to be able to sell liquor, which they've been asking for a long time. Honourable Speaker, we've made so many adjustments to our programs. We've made so much support available. That's why we're having success in BC right now, Honourable Speaker, and we're well positioned to have a very strong economic recovery.
Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I believe we are all in agreement in this House that building a new paradigm in this province must be done. A new paradigm for forest management in this province must be done in full partnership with Indigenous peoples. Part of this is recognizing the fact that the status quo of old-growth logging is currently happening without the consent of many Indigenous peoples in our province. I'd like to quote Dorothy Hunt, Chief in Council, Kwagilth First Nation, who has some very powerful words to say about what's happening in her territory. Quote, the Kwagilth First Nation is not opposed to logging, but we have had a ban on old-growth logging in our territory for over 10 years. Yet new logging approvals continue to move forward without meaningful consultation and consent. We asked this government for deferrals in all remaining old growth in our territory more than 5 months ago. And yet we still see new old growth logging being approved in our salmon-bearing watersheds. Recently, Western Forest Products logged right into our salmon-spawning rivers. Through you, Honourable Speaker, to the Minister of Forests, Lands, Natural Resource Operations, Kwagyoth Nation would like to know, will the Minister give a directive to Western Forest Products and regional district staff to stop violating our rights, title, and Douglas Treaty and defer old growth logging so that we can begin having much-needed government-to-government conversations?
Minister of Forests, Lands and Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government is strongly committed to implementing the 14 recommendations from the Old Growth Report. And the first report, of course, is to engage the full involvement of Indigenous leaders and organizations. And our ministry is doing that. And I would be happy to reach out to the member and to the leader, to the chief, and talk to them about their issues, because we know how important this work is. The number one recommendation from the report is one that we take very seriously, and it is to engage the full involvement of Indigenous leaders, and I would be happy to talk to them about this.
Member for North, Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I guess I'm struggling with what strongly committed to the recommendations really means coming from this minister and this government, given that we've missed the first important deadline on deferrals of old growth that need protection, and now we're hearing from Indigenous communities that have indeed not been consulted with. This is Chief Randy Cook, Makwala of the Ma'amtagila First Nation. He says, and I quote, "Collaboration between First Nations governments will be key to moving forward. BC timber sales continues to high-grade and target ancient, culturally significant red and yellow cedar old growth forests in Ma'amtagila territory in both the Great Bear Rainforest and on Vancouver Island." He has a question, Honourable Speaker, to the Minister of Forests, Lands, Natural Resource Operations. He asks, will the minister tell BC timber sales to cease all logging of old growth forests to show that BC is a leader in ending the unethical practice of old growth logging? And please, could you start with my territory, where BC timber sales and companies like Lamar Lake Logging are destroying culturally modified trees and the last of our sacred trees of life, the great cedar tree?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there are thousands of hectares, of protected old growth trees across BC. There's in Clayquot Sound, there's 170,000 hectares. Crystalline Creek, there's over 9,900 hectares. There's almost 600 hectares in Quissam. In Kompaloo Valley has 5,000 hectares, and I could go on. There are hundreds of thousands of hectares of old growth forests that have been protected, and we are committed to working with Indigenous governments on additional areas of old growth deferrals and protections. All of the protections, all of the deferrals that were done in September were done with direct consultation, with direct discussions to government with Indigenous governments. And we will have also protected old growth trees through Together for Wildlife and modernized land use plans. And we continue to defer logging to support the caribou conservation work, which was done in consultation and support of Indigenous nations, protection for spotted owls, again in consultation with Indigenous nations, protecting the marble murrelet and northern goshawk recovery plans. Mr. Speaker, paradigm shifts take time. And we will work with all our partners, including the government-to-government discussions with Indigenous nations, to make sure that we get this right.
Member for North Saanich and Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what's clear by the Minister of Forests' response is that they're getting it wrong. They're getting it wrong because you can't consult about trees that are already cut. And the minister, when asked a direct question about about an Indigenous leader, Randy Cook, in North Island, starts to rattle off about other areas that are protected that are not in the territories that we're talking about. Quoting Nuchatlat Nation Hereditary and Band Council Chief Jordan Michael, Nuchatlat Nation is fed up with the BC government and logging companies gaslighting our people. In fact, it's hard to tell the difference between logging corporations and the government sometimes. We want to end the theft of our old growth rainforests and steward our lands in a way that benefit everyone, not just wealthy shareholders. When will the Premier, the Minister of Forests, and the Attorney General honor the rights and title of the Nuchatlat Nation and stop prioritizing Western forest products profits over the health of the environment, wild salmon, and my people's cultural heritage in the old growth forests of Nootka Island, end quote. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. What specific steps has he taken to date in partnership with the Flynn Roar to begin to prioritize reconciliation and restore Indigenous self-determination, decision-making, and stewardship in the management of our forests?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are committed to government discussions with Indigenous nations in this province as the #1 recommendation from the Old Growth Report. And I will remind the member that the Old Growth Report was written by two illustrious foresters in this province, Al Gorley and Gary Merkel. And Gary Merkel is a member of the Tahltan Nation. And we know that we need to have done what we have done is those 14 recommendations where we deferred over thousands of hectares of old growth forest. But we also know that we did that in discussion with Indigenous nations, and we have more to do. We don't deny that. We have more to do, and we will be reaching out to Indigenous nations, and we will be reaching out to them on a government basis to discuss to have those important discussions about their land, about where the nations that want to be involved in forestry, the nations that want to be involved in tenure management and in stewardship of the land, because we recognize how critically important that is, and we are committed to doing that.
Member for Abbotsford South.
No, hey, excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I have a supplemental.
Member, go for supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think whoever's making the decisions about who's answering these questions just put Indigenous nations on notice as to the rank and file of where the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation stands in the grand scheme of things of this government. Because my question was not about forests. My question was about what the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliations has done to advance this conversation. A question specific to that minister, a ministry in which I hold to high esteem, Mr. Speaker. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, President of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, has also called for an immediate protections to create space for proper consultation. And he said to have good faith conversations, we must, quote, put away the power saws, end quote. UBCIC has written a letter to this government explaining why adequate funding is a critical component of reconciliation and a shift away from old growth logging. I quote, with a lack of critical and accessible funding combined with the government's overwhelming influence resulting in Indigenous old growth logging jobs and revenues, First Nations communities are unable to exercise their title and rights to freely pursue their economic options consistent with the protection of old growth forests and Indigenous self-determination, end quote. To quote the letter again, quote, conservation financing is vital to support and advance sustainable economic self-determination in First Nations communities to ensure that an equivalent economic alternative to old growth logging is available for these communities, end quote. Again, my question is to the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Has the minister, along with his counterpart in Flynn Roar, brought forward a proposal for conservation financing as a central part of reconciliation and a new forestry paradigm for next month's budget?
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reiterate what my colleague, the minister responsible for forests and for the old growth strategy, has said. The first recommendation of that report, which was co-authored by Mr. Merkel of the Tahltan Nation, commits our government to work with Indigenous peoples. I have the greatest respect for Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and I'm aware of the correspondence that the member refers to, and of course will continue to be involved as a member of the Executive Council in the decision-making respecting this critically important file. We are playing a supportive role across government and will continue to do so. I thank the member for his question.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For over 3 years, the Premier has been fighting a legal battle to hide a list of files on his computer. The government lawyers tried every argument imaginable to suggest that providing a screenshot or a list of files was too hard and too complicated. Well, good news, the Premier lost. The Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner has dismissively ruled, quote, while human effort is required to provide a list of files, for example, the pushing of buttons and entering commands, etc., that kind of effort is an ordinary part of using a computer, end quote. Here's a yes we'd love to hear. Will the Premier end the games and hand over a list of documents on his computer?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, if the member wants to see access to a computer that's rarely turned on, he's welcome to it. But it's the constant fishing expeditions by the official opposition, not to elevate awareness or understanding of the critical issues facing British Columbians, but to keep the people in the basement busy with the FOI requests. You can come and take a look at my computer right after question period. I'm happy to let you take all the pictures that you want.
Member for Abbotsford South on supplemental.
Government lawyers spent over 3 years delaying and blocking the information. Now they seek to defy the ruling by choosing the most difficult means possible of providing those records by applying a trumped-up fee. I have an invoice for $2,700 for an estimated 90 hours of work to produce a record. If they're going to charge us that, I shudder to what they think they would charge the press. Are the basic computer functions beyond the capabilities of the Premier or his staff? Is nothing more than an attempt to block access. Mr. Speaker, what is the Premier hiding on his computer?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I think it was a tactical move by the official opposition to put up a rookie MLA because the schedule that he refers to was not created by me. It was not created by the Attorney General. It was created by the BC Liberals. In fact, it was approved by the former finance minister who proudly said, "I don't use emails." So if the member on the other side has a concern with the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, it is under review right now. There are members of the official opposition, I believe, that are on the committee. I'm hopeful that they are. And if they want to improve the public's access to information that will help them make determinations about the well-being of their families, the support in their communities, how we can help businesses, 100% behind you, my friend. But if you just want to look at what I'm listening to on YouTube, you can come and look at that right after question period.
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sticking with the St. Patrick's Day theme, it's going to take a lot more than the luck of the Irish to allow the Premier to wiggle out of this one. This is what the Premier said 3 years ago, and I quote, "I set a very high standard. I am disappointed that we are not always meeting that standard, but I remain committed to ensuring that we're doing our level best, to be open, to be transparent, and to have the best practices when it comes to freedom of information," end quote. Yet time and time again, this NDP government has blocked access to information to the opposition, the public, and the media. Huge fees to block access, endless extensions for even the simplest of requests, and even going so far as to defy legislative deadlines for FOI requests. Why is the Premier using trumped-up fees to avoid providing information?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, it's good, although a more seasoned member asking the questions, he wasn't here at the time that the former finance minister declined to use email. He wasn't here when the former Minister of Transportation perfected the triple delete strategy. He wasn't here. He wasn't here when the former Premier's office had someone responsible for freedom of information who used yellow Post-its, to track information coming in and out of the office. We are doing everything we can to meet the public's expectation about access to their information. If that does not meet the needs, of the kids in the basement that are working hard to drum up something for the people in the opposition to ask the government, that's not our problem, that's their problem.
Member for Kootenay East on supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, maybe I should snap the Premier into the now, into 2021. And this is what the Information and Privacy Commissioner had to say. He said, quote, between April 1st, 2017...
Let's listen to the question, please. Continue. Continue, member.
Oh, sorry. This is what the Privacy Commissioner had to say. Quote, between April 1st, 2017 and March 31st, 2020, government failed to comply with legislative timelines in thousands of cases, and over 900 files remain unanswered with no legal authority to delay responding, end quote. This is a deliberate attempt by the NDP to conceal government records from British Columbians. When will the Premier stop fighting the release of public information?
Minister for Citizen Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I want to let the members across the way know their attempts at making this request sound so simple couldn't be the furthest from the truth. This request that was put forward requires 90 hours of staff time and will take developing 2 computer programs, designing and developing 2 computer programs to process this request. This is a broad, sweeping request that's asking for screenshots of devices, which aren't typically government records. They historically have not been under the previous government. They are not historically records that our government has kept. Over the past 3 years, there has been a 250% increase in FOI requests from political parties. Imagine that. Honourable Speaker, 250% increase from political parties that have cost the BC taxpayers $43 million. So in applying a fee of $2,700 is entirely appropriate to design and develop 2 computer programs to actually generate records that don't currently exist is an entirely appropriate use of the fee. We are being open and transparent with British Columbians. Last year, we released 1.86 million pages in responses to FOI requests, and our response time is 86% compared to the previous government's 79%. So we are going to continue to be transparent, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee Stage Bill 11.
Committee Chair.
All right, members. If members are ready to begin, discussion of Bill 11, the Court of Appeal Act. We're on Clause 1. Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 1.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Here's what I was going to propose for the purpose of the discussion this afternoon. I've got a series of sort of general questions about how the Act came into being. I don't actually anticipate a lot of time being spent. There'll be a few questions on some of the sections after that, but if the attorney is agreeable, I'll propose to lump some of these general questions into Section 1, and then we can move beyond that. And the first question, because of the uniqueness of the bill dealing as it is with this third very independent branch of governance, the judiciary, I thought it worthwhile for the attorney to put on the record just a general description of the process, and he touched on some of this in second reading remarks, the general process that was followed in terms of the bill coming together. There was obviously a white paper, and particularly the interaction that would have occurred between the executive branch's ministry and the judiciary, leading to the statutory product we have before us.
Apologies. Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I can advise the member that the road to this act arriving in front of us was a long and not particularly winding, but it was a long one. There were two significant public consultations that occurred in relation to the Court of Appeal Act. The first one, the member would have been in Executive Council at that time. It was in 2015-2016. The Court of Appeal invited members of the public and the profession to identify needs and suggestions to make court procedure and process more user-centered, efficient, and effective. That consultation resulted in a decision to move forward with revisions to the Act. That was the original engagement done under the BC Liberal government. And the second public consultation period took place in 2019 and provided members of the public an opportunity to comment on the revised Act rules and forms. This public consultation was held for a 6-week period from October 25th, 2019 to December 6th, 2019, and that was done through the GovTogether BC website. There were letters sent to a number of stakeholders to draw their attention to the consultation. Letters went to the Canadian Bar Association, BC branch, Law Society BC, Trial Lawyers Association BC, Justice Canada BC Regional Office, Ministry of Attorney General Legal Services branch, Access Pro Bono Society BC, Justice Education Society, Justice Access Centre, First Nations Justice Council, Métis Nation BC Leadership Circle, Native Court Worker and Counselling Association of BC, Access to Justice BC, and the National Self-Represented Litigants Project. That resulted in feedback that informed changes to the revised Act, and which will also inform changes to the revised rules and court forms. Specifically, two Indigenous communities ministry staff presented at the First Nations Justice Council Métis Nation BC Leadership Circle meetings in fall 2019. And invitation letters advising of that consultation were sent to First Nations Justice Council, Métis Nation BC Leadership Circle, Native Court Worker and Counselling Association of BC. And we received feedback from a number of these organizations. I can go into detail if the member is interested. As part of that consultation process, the member referred to a white paper that was provided and included a proposed draft of the Act. So it wasn't conducted in a vacuum. The feedback was provided in relation to that white paper. And I understand that may be of some interest to the member as well in terms of changes between the white paper and the version that's in front of us today. But I'll leave it at that and await his next question.
Member.
Thanks, and that's helpful. And I can advise the attorney that at a certain point in this initial conversation, my colleague from Skeena may have some more specific questions about the level of engagement that took place with the First Nation Justice Council and the Métis Leadership Council. If I can just back up for a moment, because with one exception, the level of consultation or the manner in which consultation takes place here would not be that different than in any other piece of legislation. But maybe to cut to the chase, I can put this to the attorney, and maybe he can determine the best way to provide the committee, the House, with the level of comfort. I think he'll understand I'm trying to secure on the record. The court itself, which this act proposes to not create, but continue and delineate powers and jurisdiction to, is precluded from providing the same kind of public commentary that other stakeholders would historically be in a position to make, whether they made it through a consultation exercise of the one described by the minister or chose to speak out in other forms. That's not an avenue open to the court itself. My understanding, and I'll be really direct with the attorney, my understanding is that the court is relatively content and sees the act as an appropriate continuation and replacement for the existing act that it seeks to replace. But is there a way for the attorney to signal to this committee and to the House that that is so, that the court itself has had an opportunity to review, I think it has, and that it has signaled that it believes the proposed legislation, Bill 11, is appropriate and workable going forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do understand the context of the member's question, given that the courts are, as he rightly noted in his second reading speech, third branch of governance in our province. And I appreciate that nuance in his speech. I'll use it going forward, even if it may not be with the total approval of the court. But one thing that does, I do not presume to speak for the court, but I can advise the member that the court has been very involved in this process. The Court of Appeal has an internal Court of Appeal Rules and Practice Committee. The mandate of that committee is to review, enhance, and simplify the practice and procedure of the court. They meet regularly throughout the year to discuss proposals by the justices of the court, the registrar, lawyers, and the public for amendments to the Court of Appeal Act, the Court of Appeal Rules, and the Court of Appeal Criminal Appeal Rules. The committee consults with members of the bar and other organizations such as the Canadian Bar Association and many of them that I listed. I won't go through all of them. When there's a proposal that would significantly change the court's practice and procedure. The members of this committee are obviously the Chief Justice Bowman, Honourable Madam Justice McKenzie, Justice Harris, Justice Capel, Justice Finch, Justice Fisher, the registrar, and two legal counsel that are in-house with the court, Sally Rudolph and Shirley Smiley. To the member's question, that committee was consulted throughout the legislative drafting process and had the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed amendments to the Act. And the member may recall a 2013 MOU between the then Attorney General and the Chief Justices and the Chief Judge of our various courts in the province that the Attorney General must consult with the courts for any initiatives that may affect judicial administration. These amendments that are in front of the House today were developed in close consultation with the Court of Appeal and within the framework of the MOU. And in accordance with the MOU, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and the Chief Judge of the Provincial Court were also consulted, and any concerns raised by the courts were, to the best of our knowledge, addressed.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. That too is helpful and I think worthwhile to have been placed on the record, including the reference to the MOU that guides the delicate relationship that exists between the executive branch and the judicial branch. Can I'd like in a few moments to come back to the draft rules insofar as a key part of this legislative initiative is to reorganize the Act versus the rules, and I'll be interested to pose a few questions about how going forward the Rules of Practice Committee will be engaged, assuming it will, and I think it will, with respect to the rules. Before we get to that, however, can I ask the attorney to confirm that specific responses were received from the Law Society of British Columbia, and to what extent, if at all, there were concerns expressed by the draft legislation, Bill 11, before us?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have one letter from a lawyer associated with Law Society BC, but indicated those were personal views and not those of the society as a whole. The society as a whole did not provide any feedback to us that we received. We did receive feedback from the Canadian Bar Association BC Appellate Advocacy Section, DOJ Canada BC Regional Office, a number of lawyers and members of the public, and some of the feedback we received from CBABC and the DOJ was positive feedback about the focus and reorganization of the Act and the rules, the filling of procedure and technical gaps that can confuse counsel and self-represented litigants. They appreciated the streamlining of procedures, the incorporating of practice directives, and using more plain language. And they proposed amendments to empower a single justice to make a number of different orders, sitting as a case management judge. General support of the changes was indicated from the correspondence received from lawyers or groups of lawyers, with notable comments being appreciation of the increase in the use of case management, greater involvement of the registrar, improvement to the forms, and a clarification in a number of identified existing ambiguities.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In the list of agencies that the Attorney General read off who have provided feedback, did I hear him refer to the Trial Lawyers Association as well? Were they included in that list?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They were invited to provide feedback, but I don't believe we received any feedback from them on the rule amendments, or on the...
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I'll refer back, as I did in second reading, to the briefing that the Minister and the Ministry kindly provided, and I won't ask the Minister to, at this point, go through chapter and verse the changes, because some of them are quite minor. This is more of a thematic question for the Attorney General that he has in part touched upon with his earlier comment. But in general, as if we were to take the draft bill that was attached to the white paper and hold it next to Bill 11, where, if at all, would we see any significant departures, substantive departures?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the member notes, there was a white paper provided in the second round of public consultations, the 2019 consultation, which included a proposed draft of the Act, and the member is right that there were some very minor changes, but there were some more significant changes, so I'll go through the highlights, but there were changes made to over 30 sections of the proposed draft of the Act, or clauses of this bill that's in front of the House, actually 38 to be exact. Many of these were refinements to wording or placement of punctuation to clarify ambiguities identified during and since the consultation. But the more notable sections that were added or modified include Clause 1 of the bill that's in front of us. That's the interpretation clause. It was renamed from the white paper to interpretation. The definitions for appellant and party were clarified from the version that was in the white paper. And sub 2 was added to disapply Section 5 of the Offence Act, which is a current drafting convention. Clause 13, sub 3, concerning appellate jurisdiction, was clarified to preserve the possibility of seeking leave to appeal to match the existing Section 6, sub 2 of the Act. So it's different from the white paper in that regard. Clause 20 related to preliminary objections. It is intentional to have the justice quash an appeal if the justice believes an appeal is so devoid of merit that it amounts to abuse of process, but only the court may dismiss an appeal for the purpose of giving effect to a preliminary objection. Clause 21 was modified from the white paper. This concerns referral to the court for summary determination. This was an addition that was welcomed by CBABC and DOJ Canada because they both suggested removing significantly irregular, in quotes, from the original version, as an appeal may be irregular but still have merit, and the court would still want to proceed with it. Clause 26, which concerns limiting hearings and requiring preparation of written arguments. I think I wasn't there, but I suspect this may have been informed a bit by COVID. The ability to conduct hearings by telephone, video conference, or other means of telecommunications was added to maximize clarity of the court's powers to proceed remotely. And Clause 5 was modified to preserve flexibility for members of the court to appear remotely and is consistent with Section 9, sub 2 of the Supreme Court Act, so the member will see some differences from the white paper there. Under Clause 30, the general powers of a justice, modifications were made to sub A, sub D, and sub I, pardon me. Some were minor edits to wording to ensure consistency of language. 30 sub D was changed to clearly indicate that, quote, the purposes of a matter that is to be decided by a justice, unquote, applies to both 30 sub D sub Roman numeral 1 and 30 sub D sub Roman numeral 2. Clause 35 was changed from the white paper. This concerns varying orders of a justice or registrar. It was rephrased to avoid ambiguity and clearly indicate that material change in circumstances threshold, that the material change in circumstances threshold applies to both clauses 33 and 34, because in the white paper it was not as clear as everyone wished it to be. Clause 45, in relation to powers of a court or a justice in relation to costs. This was raised by counsel who provided feedback. The phrase, quote, the court or, unquote, was added before, quote, justice considers appropriate, unquote, to clearly indicate that the powers should be to the court and a justice. Clause 51 varies from and this is the last one, I don't know if this is maybe a bit more micro than the member hoped, but Clause 51 was the last of the departures, significant departures from the white paper. It's the transition regulation section. A clause was added to ensure there's sufficient authority for the LGIC to be able to provide, Lieutenant Governor Council, to be able to provide that the new Court of Appeal rules have retrospective application to appeals that commenced before the new Act and rules come into force. This clause provides explicit authority for the LGIC to, in repealing and replacing the Court of Appeal rules, apply the new Court of Appeals to existing appeals which of course is only something that would happen following engagement with the court.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the attorney. I mentioned a few moments ago on the question of the consultative work that took place that my colleague will have a couple of questions relating to the First Nation Justice Council and the Leadership Council. I'm just going to introduce the topic by asking this and try to be as forthright with the attorney so he knows where I'm coming at this from. Since the passage of Bill 41, I guess over a year ago now, and the incorporation of the United Nations Declaration, we have, the attorney will have noted that the opposition, the official opposition in this House, has been trying to ascertain what the triggering point is, or the test, in the minds of the government for engagement and consultation around proposed pieces of legislation. Now, in this case, the attorney has already indicated that there was consultation work that took place. My colleague will pursue that. I'm sort of interested in a general way as to whether the attorney can offer a more definitive articulation of what kinds of pieces of legislation trigger that obligation in the minds of the government. And again, I don't want to unnecessarily belabor the discussion, but here's the starting point. When we had the discussion around Bill 41, the attorney's then colleague, in response to a question I posed to him, said that obligation exists for all legislation, including laws of general application, with no specific reference to First Nations, Aboriginal, Indigenous peoples. Since then, colleagues of mine have posed questions to other ministers whose response has been, well, that piece of legislation being considered was not of particular concern. There was nothing unique about that legislation that attracted or engaged the attention of First Nations. So there was no consultation that took place. I'm curious to know whether the attorney can offer to the committee and the House a clearer enunciation of when it is that those obligations, when it is with respect to proposed pieces of legislation, when that obligation and the obligations under the Bill 41 are triggered.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise the member that from my own perspective, given the importance of the courts in our province to holding government accountable to the rule of law, and as a critical branch of governance in our province, independent of government, that to me it made a lot of sense that we would engage directly with Indigenous organizations about this act. And I can also share that, that's my belief anyway, through his actions and leadership in the court, that Chief Justice Bowman would expect no less from government before we put a piece of legislation like this in front of the House, that Indigenous organizations were indeed consulted and meaningfully consulted, which is why the ministry staff on this file presented at the First Nations Justice Council and Métis Nation BC Leadership Circle meetings in fall 2019. And in advance of those presentations, letters were sent to the First Nations Justice Council, Métis Nation BC Leadership Circle, and Native Court Worker and Counselling Association of BC, so they could be assured of the opportunity to invite members and those who are interested in this bill, or in this proposed, in this consultation process to their membership, so that they could attend and hear about it and understand it and provide feedback to government. This was to me quite a straightforward matter and not one requiring the application of an onerous test or a legal test of some kind.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Rest assured, the attorney will get no argument from me about the conclusion he came to. I think it was in the context and certainly in the aftermath of Bill 41, the right conclusion. I was more interested, though, in the first part of, well, that's not true. I was interested in everything the attorney said, but where he said, I, as the Attorney General, came to the conclusion that this was something of paramount interest. I'm now paraphrasing, but that he concluded it was entirely appropriate for the following reasons. Is that the process? Is it for the sponsoring minister to make a determination? Because we've heard from other ministers who have said that in other circumstances they came to a different conclusion. I'm not arguing with the conclusion the attorney came to in this instance. I think it was the correct one. But it does suggest that the determination is left to individual ministers. And is that a correct assumption for me to make?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the decision to engage Indigenous leadership groups in relation to this bill is certainly made in the context of our commitments under UNDRIP and my understanding, as best as possible, of those provisions, given the fact that we're one of the first jurisdictions in the world to adopt this kind of legislation and to make these kinds of commitments. And so it was my understanding that my obligations, both through my mandate letter directed by the Premier to engage Indigenous organizations in the work that we do in the justice system, and our commitments under UNDRIP, that this bill required that work to happen.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following up on my colleague's comments regarding the consultation regarding Bill 11. And it goes back to the idea of the latest legislation regarding Bill 41, Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And then, to be fair, when we were debating this back in 2017 in estimates and the UNDRIP bill itself, I did get some broad general answers that didn't actually answer the question I was asking. The only answer I really got was from the Attorney General, who at the end of his comments said that the issues would be viewed under UNDRIP through the lens of Section 35. And that was the only comment that I heard through estimates from all the different ministers that made any sense. And that's what I was looking for, is trying to reconcile Section 35 with all of its case law, 300 court cases and counting, I guess, and trying to reconcile that with a broad general statement that came from the United Nations. And so, in terms of the consultation, normally this type of bill would have been adequate to consult the organization you refer to, which is the Justice Council, normally. As Chief Counselor back in my band, if I ever heard about this happening, it wouldn't have occurred to me to stand up and protect my rights and title, especially the consultation and accommodation of it. But this has all changed with the NDP government's introduction of Bill 41. And so, not really trying to redefine any of these clauses, but I just want to know how does the government decide, and this is a follow-up to my colleague's question, how does the government decide on which bills to consult First Nations with, and how do they decide which body they consult and accommodate with in terms of these types of legislations?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I assist the member to understand what my thinking was about why this bill required consultation. I see what the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal has done around reaching out to Indigenous people and leadership organizations across the province and the work of the court. The leadership that he and his staff have shown on this important matter. I know our own government recognizes the importance of the courts as an independent branch of government that holds us accountable to the rule of law, and that includes in relation to rights and title cases, but every aspect of the law that affects all British Columbians, including Indigenous people. I know of our commitments that we made, whether explicit in the Act or otherwise, through adopting UNDRIP. And I say otherwise, not in the sense that there's some sort of secret unwritten piece, but the commitment that was spoken, not unspoken, in the adoption of that Act was a commitment to work with Indigenous people and to work in partnership. And so when we're talking about reforms to a branch of government in the province, in the spirit of UNDRIP and the spirit with which we adopted that legislation, it just didn't seem to me to be controversial or particularly thought-provoking about whether we would do this. The question turned to really how we would do it most effectively, and I think that's something that is still evolving. How do we engage with Indigenous people in this province around matters like the Court of Appeal Act? Is it sufficient to engage with the groups that I listed? Should we be doing more? And this is an ongoing conversation, it's an evolving conversation as we work through this in partnership with Indigenous people in the province.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Attorney General through the Speaker. That's quite troubling to hear that this is an evolving process, because according to the bill, the government actually commits to working with the Indigenous governing body. And the definition of Indigenous governing body, under the definitions of Bill 41, the NDP government's own bill, the definition of Indigenous governing body means an entity that is authorized to act on behalf of Indigenous people that hold rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. The Justice Council, the Assembly of First Nations, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, they don't hold rights and title. Rights and title are held on behalf of communities. And so it only stands to reason that if you're going to consult, and this does lead to the bill that we're talking about today, if you're going to consult on Aboriginal rights and title issues or issues related to rights and title, then it only stands to reason that the government consults rights and title holders. So I'm just trying to reconcile what the government said when they introduced UNDRIP and how they reconcile that with the case law in Section 35 of the Constitution. So, and I want to know if the Attorney General, and I've heard him say before, it's my opinion, or it's my perspective, and I'm really asking, does the government have any intention of living up to its own promises within Bill 41 in relation to consultation with rights and title holders of BC in terms of First Nations?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the member is taking the position that the engagement and consultation was not adequate. And, you know, this is, to my mind, not a partisan issue. If the member has suggestions how government can better engage on these questions, I'd love to hear his suggestions. And especially given his experience and leadership roles in the Indigenous communities in British Columbia, I think his insights would be invaluable. I have no hesitation, no compunction about putting the bill in front of the House. I feel we've discharged our responsibilities around engagement with Indigenous people in the province. But I always think that there's opportunity for us to do better. And so I'd be glad to hear feedback that he had.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Attorney General through the Speaker. I can tell you how to consult with First Nations rights and title holders. And that's basically to go sit down with those rights and title holders in BC, the leaders of the communities that hold rights and title. The Justice Council does not hold rights and title. And so the Attorney General says that he feels it's adequate that they did enough consultation around BC with First Nations leaders. That is not what I heard. In fact, when we're talking with ministers in this House, every minister has basically said something other than consulting with First Nation rights and title holders. In some occasions, some ministers got up and said, this doesn't even relate to rights and title, so therefore we didn't see any duty to consult. Well, previous to Bill 41 being introduced, that was probably true. But the NDP government has actually raised the standards of consultation to a level that I don't think they understand truly what that means. There's 203 bands in BC that hold rights and title. Now, if the Attorney General is saying that there was some form directly with these 203 bands to consult on this bill, then I applaud the Attorney General. But if it was just one-stop shopping through the Justice Council or the Leadership Council or the FN in terms of addressing rights and title, not only have you not abided by case law set out underneath Section 35 of the Constitution, you haven't actually abided by your own bill. So the advice, I guess, that you're looking for is, through my extensive experience, is basically, could the government at least try to understand its own bill and the high standards set and really speak to the consultation and accommodation that this government aspires to?
Attorney General.
The answer is yes. I will continue to try to do my best to work in partnership with Indigenous organizations and uphold both the spirit and the letter of our own law as well as our intentions around our relationship with Indigenous people. So I thank the member for his feedback.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Attorney General. I'll get off that topic because I don't think I got the answer. But in terms of the rights and title impact here, without Bill 41, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, I don't think this would have stirred any interest from me as a chief counselor. But Bill 41 has changed that, and this does. And I mean, I've been in this House where I've heard ministers say there's some legislation that doesn't affect rights and title, so the government made their own decision without talking to anybody to say that they would not consult Aboriginals on the legislation, even though UNDRIP says every single piece of legislation will be aligned with UNDRIP. And all the laws in BC, for that matter, will be aligned with UNDRIP. I won't be here for the next 50 years, so I won't be here for the day when that's accomplished. But in terms of this bill we're talking about here today, Bill 11, the Court of Appeals Act, this does affect rights and title. Because the Court of Appeals is just one of the stops that BC First Nation rights and title holders actually fight in to get their rights and title recognized. And any technicality, any misunderstanding of the procedures costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. Those two concepts are inseparable when it comes to First Nations going through the courts to fight for what's promised to them in Section 35 of the Constitution, as well as now with Bill 41. So my question to the Attorney General through the Speaker is in your consultations, was there any feedback given to the amount of time and money it would take for First Nations to understand this in preparation for their own court cases that might end up in the Court of Appeal?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure the member understands the challenge of the government purporting to go and educate First Nations about how to prepare their cases to go to the Court of Appeal. That is something that would never happen for several different reasons. I must be misunderstanding what he was suggesting. And it may be that what he's suggesting is what we actually did, which is do a presentation about the proposed changes to the Act, to invite as broadly as we could Indigenous people from across the province that may be interested in this, to come and to hear about the proposed changes, provide feedback, and to incorporate that feedback into the final product. I heard something slightly different in his question, and I will, with respect, draw a line, and an important bright line, between a nation that wants to use the court system to have its rights and title recognized and the role of government, because the courts are a neutral arbiter between the parties, whoever they may be, when they're on appeal. And for one party to go to the other party and purport to tell them how to bring their case forward would not be something that could work. If the member is raising a separate issue about, and one that I am inclined to agree with him about, which is that court processes for recognition of rights and title are lengthy, expensive, and not ideal, artificially and intentionally artificially adverse in structure and colonial in structure, I'm inclined to agree with all of those things. And part of the bill that he raised questions about UNDRIP, is trying to find different ways of working together in the province on really tough and difficult questions like rights and title, where there are overlapping claims or other challenges, and less fraught disputes, how we work together around what does environmental assessment look like in the province? How do we ensure that we're operating as a government in a way that's respectful of the fact that Indigenous people have been here since time immemorial? So, you know, I don't pretend to have all the answers, and I don't know that anybody here does, but we're trying to set a path where we want to go, how we want to get there, and for this bill that's in front of the House today, that involved specific engagement with Indigenous people in the province.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess we agree to disagree, because the government did not work with First Nation leaders around the province. They worked with the Justice Council. And I've already pointed out that the Justice Council was put together by the founding organizations themselves do not have rights and title. And my point being, in the court system, it's already complicated enough without arguing UNDRIP, without the changes to that are proposed in Bill 11. I mean, one technicality that was highlighted in the Chilcotin title case, basically lost that Chilcotin case in terms of the pleading. One technicality. So the First Nation has to go recalibrate, fix that flaw in their pleadings, and they got to go back, and they got to do it again. And so First Nations have learned how to navigate their way through the court system to address Aboriginal title. New Chalnut is the latest one. And my question the first part of my question has been answered in terms that the BC government did not consult with rights and title holders. They consult with the Justice Council. And so that part, but what I want to know was the changes that are proposed through Bill 11 communicated in a way that would explain to First Nations that you might have to reconsider your arguments in terms of the technicalities that might pop up arising from Bill 11.
Attorney General on Clause 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the member for his patience. Had a bit of a back and forth with staff. We're just not aware of a section in here that would require a nation to redraft argument on an appeal. These are rules about how the proceedings go in the court, or what the forms look like that people fill out. But no such notice was given because there's just really no understanding of how this bill would affect that. So I would invite the member, although I suspect his concern is sort of more general, is there a section that would require arguments to be rewritten, in which case have you provided notice? My answer would be none that I'm aware of. But if he does have a specific section that he has identified that he's concerned about that would require redrafting of arguments or would cause a litigant to be to face, as he describes it, a technicality that would prevent them from arguing their case, I would encourage him to point it out. And I would also add that the intention of the bill, and the member will have seen this, compared with the old act, is that it's in what some people might call just plain language now, as opposed to what is also sometimes called legalese. So under the old act, there were practice directions, and there was the act itself and the rules, and the way to negotiate your way through the Court of Appeal was to work through several different documents of varying levels of accessibility. And this bill puts it into a language that we hope a self-represented litigant can understand, someone who's just in court by themselves without a lawyer. And an example of that is, it used to be you had to choose between two different forms to start your appeal. And it caused a great deal of confusion and concern. Should I use Form 7? Should I use this other form? And now there's just one form to start your appeal. And you just check a box if you think that you have a right to appeal, or you think you don't have a right to appeal and you're seeking leave of the court. But you don't even have to be 100% right about that, because the court has discretion, even when people are confused when they're filling out the form. So the intent of this is actually not to increase the technicalities, but to reduce them and to make it easier for people to get in front of the court if they don't have a lawyer. And there is no provision in the bill that we're aware of that would cause a party to need to redraft arguments that they had prepared already or that they were in the process of preparing under the existing act.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is the complication of two topic areas. One is Aboriginal rights and title, which is complicated enough. And then we're trying to match it up with the vague generality of Bill 41 on 2019. And for the most part, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not the government is actually going to live up to its promises that they made in Bill 41. And so far, the answer is no, with the legislation that we've seen presented here in this session. But one final point here in terms of the consultation. Number one, we know the government does not want to consult with the rights and title holders. They would prefer to consult with Indigenous organizations that don't have rights and title. And yet, the government is actually breaching its own bill, Bill 41 on the UNDRIP. And what I'll leave this House with is that basically when we're talking about the consultation with true rights and title holders, Attorney General mentioned the Justice Council. And my point was, number one, is the government living up to its own commitments in terms of consulting First Nations on every single piece of legislation that passes through this House? The answer is no. The second one is that the Crown is actually, the government is actually going to representative, and I use that word loosely, representative organizations to get that checkbox of consultation. So the Justice Council, who we are, who the Justice Council is, and what they do, they challenge approaches that contribute to the growing overrepresentation of First Nations children and youth in the care of government and First Nations men and women incarceration. They also productively engage with government to advance effective strategies that can achieve better outcomes for Indigenous people in the justice system. There's no mention of rights and title. And not this bill specifically, but every single bill so far, the government has admitted they have not consulted with rights and title holders. And not only are they breaching, the case law under Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada, They're breaching their own UNDRIP bill, including Article 40, which says Indigenous peoples have the right to access to and prompt decision through just and fair procedures for the resolution of conflicts and disputes with states or other parties, as well as the effective remedies for all infringements of their individual and collective rights. My only point was two points. One is government made a commitment to consult First Nation title holders on every single piece of legislation that passed through his house. They're not doing it. And number two was, if the idea is reconciliation, then procedural changes to something like Court of Appeal Acts do matter. They will matter to the Chelnut coming up in the title court case. And so my only point was, has this been communicated to the true rights and title holders? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to figure out if the member was, it was a rhetorical question at the end of his closing remarks, or if he was asking the same question again. So I've run through who we engaged with several times now. The member has communicated quite clearly that he disagrees with the sufficiency of that, and I appreciate his clarification about what he feels government should have done. It's what I asked for, and I appreciate him sharing that with me. I will definitely take his comments under advisement and reflect on them about how we can do a better job. Thanks.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I'll just pose one last question by way of summary deriving from the exchange that we have just heard in the committee between the attorney and the member for my colleague from Skeena, who asserts to the attorney, yes, there is clearly an obligation to consult that derives from a variety of sources, including an enhanced requirement to consult out of Bill 41. My colleague asserts that despite the work that the attorney has referred to, the obligation that arises out of Bill 41 and the UN Declaration requires consultation with specific groups, those that hold rights and title. Is it my understanding from the exchange is that the attorney believes, notwithstanding those remarks, that he and the government have discharged their obligations sufficiently under Bill 41 and the declaration. Is that correct?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise the member, as I did his colleague, as I did, I think, advise him before we started down this line of questioning. I would not have brought the bill to the House if I thought we had not discharged our responsibilities in terms of engaging Indigenous people in the province in relation to this bill. So its existence here, I'll advise the member, is consistent with my belief that we have discharged that responsibility. But I want to put a caveat on that and say, you know, I always think we can do better. And I invited the member from Skeena to provide his feedback on where he thought we should be going and what we should be doing better. And I heard him on that, and I take that under advisement, and I take it seriously. Doesn't mean that we're pulling the bill, but it does mean that there's always opportunity for us to do better and to learn how to work better. And I take his comments in the spirit I assume they were intended, which is a constructive criticism of how to ensure we're meeting our stated obligations.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wonder now if we can turn again within the context of Bill 1 on these general matters to the rules, because as the attorney has pointed out, we've got a bill that empowers the court, provides it with jurisdiction, and then rules that provide for its operation. And part of the intent of this exercise was to clearly delineate between the two. The Rules of Practice Committee, and the attorney went through membership on that on that committee the justices of the chief justices of the various courts. I can't recall if he mentioned representation from the Ministry of the Attorney General. But if we think about this going forward, the act has been, the Bill 11 has been proclaimed, and we are some time down the road now. The evolution of court processes is never ending. How does that function in practice, and where does the impetus for changes to the rules come? Does it come from the ministry? Does it come from the court? Does it come from both? And how does that operate?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The member is right in recalling when I recited the members current to 2019 of the Court of Appeal Rule and Practice Committee. There is not a member or representative of the Attorney General or the Ministry of Attorney General on that committee, so it is distinct and different from the Supreme Court Rules Committee. And a different process. So the way that I'm advised by staff that it works is either the court will reach out to government and request or suggest changes to the rules or the act, or vice versa, and that will initiate the conversation between the Court of Appeal Rule and Practice Committee and government, and then in partnership, amendments to legislation or to the rules are brought forward. So it is a different process from the Supreme Court process, but it's one that has worked well for us, and I'm hopeful for the court as well.
Abbotsford West on Clause 1.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Where does the Rules of Practice Committee derive its form and authority from? I must confess that isn't a question I've thought about until this bill hit the floor. Is it a function? I mean, I'm sure there's been one for many, many years, if not decades, but is it most recently a function of the MOU? Is it a creature of the Chief Justice? Is there an OIC underpinning for it? I'm just not sure.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm advised that the authority for the committee derives from the authority of the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal. As Chief Justice for British Columbia, it is his working group, and I would assume that the legislated or the basis for its authority is that the Chief Justice gives it authority, which we're not aware of a statutory basis for the existence of the committee, nor are we involved in the selection of the members or its operations as government.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Maybe the easiest way and the quickest way then to move through this part of the discussion, we have seen in the past, and I'm not just talking about the most recent past, situations with respect to the Supreme Court rules where differences of opinion have arisen, but ultimately the government through the Attorney General proceed with what they believe are the appropriate changes to the rules. Does a similar authority exist with respect to the Court of Appeal rules, or is there a mechanism either in practice or a mechanism that would preclude that from happening, an ultimate unilateral decision by the executive branch, by the Attorney General, to change the rules?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the nature of the committee that we've been talking about, the Court of Appeal Committee, is to provide advice to government and explicitly to me as Attorney General around reforms to the Court of Appeal Act or rules. The Court of Appeal Act and rules or statutes that are responsibility for which resides in the Ministry of Attorney General. We have an MOU that I know the member's familiar with from 2013 with the Chief Justices and the Chief Judge that obligates us to consult before any changes are made. The technical situation is such that these are government regulations and laws. The practice, though, obviously, is co-development of legislation and rules, and that is what has taken place here. When we had concerns raised by the Court of Appeal in relation to this bill, or by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court or the Chief Judge of the Provincial Court, I'm advised by staff that any concerns that were raised by the courts were addressed. So happily, we don't have a situation that bedeviled either the previous BC Liberal government or our government in relation to some rule changes. It is a dynamic relationship between the two, but at the end of the day, the statute and the rules do sit in the Ministry of Attorney General as government laws essentially in function.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Maybe we can pursue that then rather than doing so in the abstract, just in the context of the work that has been undertaken in the white paper, which included not just the draft act, but the draft Court of Appeal rules. Were those, is it fair for me? Well, were those draft Court of Appeal rules a product of work by the Rules of Practice Committee and reviewed by that committee?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Behind the curtain that developed this bill and the rules, the process, I'm advised, worked like this. The draft legislation and the rules were both provided to the court, and an iterative process ensued from that, both based on feedback and consultation engaged in by the practice committee of the Court of Appeal that we've discussed, and then further engagement and discussion with the public, and has resulted in the draft that's in front of us today, and the process the same for the rules. The rules were drafted by Leg Council and in consultation and partnership with the Court of Appeal.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Thank you, and that's helpful from the attorney. It's my understanding that there is work underway now to draft or redraft or make changes to the Court of Appeal rules and changes to the version of those rules that was attached to the white paper and the draft legislation that has given rise to Bill 11. Am I correct? Are there changes? And I think, well, we understand the committee has before it Bill 11, the Act. We don't have the rules before us, and the attorney would be entitled to point that out. But he has also correctly pointed out the significant interplay between the two. Is he able to offer to the committee one confirmation that there are changes in the works to the draft rules and this relative significance of those changes? And I don't know how widespread those changes are or how significant they are, but given the significance of the rules, it would be of interest, I think.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can confirm for the member that the ministry is actively working with the Court of Appeal to update the rules. Our target is completing the drafting this year. Amendments are intended to simplify and streamline the existing rules and procedures. Forms are being redesigned to improve user experience and comprehension. The conduct of this in terms of engagement with various stakeholders, given that will take place within the Court of Appeal Rule and Practice Committee. And this committee, as I advised the member in an earlier question, does engage in its own consultations with members of the bar and other organizations, and that includes Canadian Bar Association, Justice Access Centres, Legal Services Society, BC Access Pro Bono, Native Court Workers Society, and others. And this is their practice. Anytime there's a proposal that would significantly change the court's practice and procedure. So that work is underway. The engagements, though, will be led by the court and by the practice committee, not by government.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks. Again, that's helpful. And my question was long-winded, and maybe I'll try to shorten it up. When that work is complete, it's my understanding that the Court of Appeal rules, the final product, will be somewhat different than the draft Court of Appeal rules that were attached to the white paper. Is that the case, and if so, how different?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is the case, but I can't advise how different as the work is happening right now. And there will be an answer for the member when the drafting is completed, but that won't be until that will be sometime this year, but it's not right now. So I'm afraid I don't have an answer that would be sufficiently reliable for him to base his analysis on.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The attorney almost anticipated my my question, which is when does he anticipate the rules to be in the form suitable for enactment? He has said later this year. Can he offer a little more specificity around that? And then B, once they have been drafted in their, we'll call it final form, does he anticipate the Rules of Practice Committee providing them one final time to stakeholder groups for review and comment?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not able to provide a specific timeline to the member, given that the processes involve the court working with Ministry of Attorney General, and we're kind of reliant on each other, and so I'm extremely reluctant to provide any timeline other than the fact that we hope to have the drafting complete this year. And I can advise the member that it's my understanding that any engagement on the newly drafted rules or forms will be led by the court itself, not by government.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Is it fair for me and others to assume, though, that the Act itself, the bill that we are working on, will not be enacted by regulation until the rules themselves have been completed?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the member is correct. The Act will be brought into force by OIC only once the drafting of the rules is complete.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The next, I think second to last area, sort of a general matters that I would like to quickly canvass with the attorney before moving on to the individual sections, relates to something he highlighted in both his introductory remarks and his second reading remarks. And as I understand it, the objectives that have helped guide this fairly lengthy project around the updating of the legislation and regulations was to reorganize the content of the Act and the rules. Secondly, redesign the court forms so that they're more user-friendly. And thirdly, do those things with a view to recognizing the increased presence of self-represented litigants. I wonder if the attorney might offer some thoughts to the committee about that phenomenon. What is giving rise? Well, I'll package up a whole bunch of random questions and allow the attorney to deal with them as he sees fit. Does he have statistics and data on that phenomenon of self-represented litigants at the Court of Appeal? If he does, is he in a position to share them with the committee? What in his mind is giving rise to that? Is it a negative thing? Is it a positive thing? And is there a specific intention to facilitate that? To facilitate it versus
respond to it as a reality, I guess, is the distinction I would make.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I just say that I appreciate the member using the opportunity of a second reading speech to advise sort of areas of potential interest that he may have. I don't hold him to any of the topics he raised, but it enables me to prepare better answers, both to respond to him and respond to any interest in the public on these issues. And because he flagged this area of interest, I'm able to respond a bit more comprehensively than I might have otherwise. I'm advised by staff that the Court of Appeal produces an annual report each year that includes a rolling 10 years of statistics on the percentage of self-represented litigants, the number of cases filed and concluded, and so on. And that is the source of these statistics if the member or any other members are interested in the work of the court. I can advise the member in 2019, out of 633 civil appeals and applications for leave to appeal filed, 189 of those, or about 30%, were appeals or applications for leave to appeal involving at least one self-represented litigant. That's an increase from 2018, where the figure was about 26%. In 2019, out of 116 family appeals or applications for leave to appeal filed, 49 appeals, which is about 42%, were appeals or applications for leave to appeal involving at least one self-represented litigant. This is an increase from 2018, where the figure was 34%. Also in 2019, out of 219 criminal appeals or applications for leave to appeal filed, 41 appeals, 19%, were appeals or applications for leave to appeal involving a self-represented litigant. This is a decrease from 2018, where the figure was 26%. The rules are changed to make the experience of self-represented litigants easier by bringing together three different sources of information that currently litigants must assemble in order to understand how to get to court. Currently, you've got to consult the Act, the rules, and practice directions to find the procedural instructions to get to court properly. And having the content of the Act and the rules be reorganized to have the general powers in the Act and all aspects of procedure in the rules should, we hope, make the rules become a more complete and easier to follow guide for the appellate process. The court's made a number of other changes. I'm happy to go into them with the member if he has a particular interest in this area. They really are striving to both recognize the reality, as the member noted, of the number of self-represented litigants that are coming to court, and to facilitate their appearing in front of the court with a minimum of procedural friction. Without commenting on or passing a sort of a value judgment on whether this is good or bad, it is. When you're talking about 1 in 3 cases, really, and almost 1 in 2 cases on the family side coming to the Court of Appeal with a self-represented litigant, having someone being more able to negotiate the process, which would be intimidating at the best of times, saves the court time and saves counsel time and is far more efficient, and for the litigant, him or herself, spares a fairly significant amount of misery. I will opine briefly on one area of concern for me as Attorney General, which is the growing number of self-represented litigants in the family side. The member will note that 49 out of 116 family appeals involved at least one self-represented litigant. The member will likely know about my concern in relation to the number of people involved in family disputes who are not represented by counsel, who can't afford counsel, and find themselves in a court process that they little understand at probably one of the most stressful times of their lives. And the harm that that can do to families and children when conflict is escalated rather than assisted in being resolved by the courts is a very serious matter. Happy to go into that in some detail, but we start to stray away a bit from the bill. To the extent that I feel comfortable weighing in on an area of concern about self-represented litigants, the family area is one. I don't know about the member's time as Attorney General, but it's certainly one that I receive the most correspondence about, of just people in misery about the court process. We've done a lot of important work to try to address some of that. This is a very small piece of it, but far more substantial work on the Court of First Instance that brings a lot of people into the family law system, the Provincial Court of British Columbia, and more to do, but I will flag that as an area where I am concerned, and I do not think it is a good thing, and I think it is really causing a lot of problems for families in the province, and look to continue to do work to address that.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And I think we're on relatively safe ground given what we understand the objective, partial objective of the Act is to explore this just for a few minutes. What accounts for the trend in the attorney's mind? And I'll share with him my thoughts in a moment. But at least insofar as the family law cases are concerned, I detect, and I think he meant to convey, a tone of concern in the attorney's voice. And by the way, I think in a slightly different context, a small family-owned business that lands in a Court of Appeal scenario is confronted by similar challenges and perhaps different emotions, but similar challenges. But what, in the Attorney General's mind, accounts for the trend that we are seeing?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I feel most comfortable, and I do feel that I'm wandering out on a bit of a ledge here, but in any event, in opining a bit on the family side, because it is an area of interest and concern for me. There are, just a bottom line, insufficient number of lawyers practicing family law in the province, and as a result, their services are very much in demand. The consequences, their services can be quite expensive. It's a matter of economics. To address that, the Law Society of BC has put forward a number of different initiatives. They continue to work on a number of reforms related to examining the possibility of paralegals being able to practice in some areas of family law, I'm advised. They have also set up a number of what they call regulatory sandboxes allowing different professions to, or legal advocates to appear in different areas of law. I look forward to hearing about the results of that work. And I also believe that family law, because it involves issues as profound as custody of children, causes parents to be willing to go all the way to the Court of Appeal and appear by themselves in order to ensure that their case is heard. And so the opportunity that we're pursuing will hopefully reduce this number by going upstream to the families that are in the provincial court and trying to divert them out of the court process, or at least narrow their issues before they get to court so they can come up with their own solutions rather than have a court fashion a solution for them. It's admittedly not as grounded in research and data as I would like, but I think given the Law Society's efforts on this front, it is a concern that is not unique to me, and given the frankly admirable and heroic efforts of the Chief Judge in relation to our family justice reforms and getting them done and getting them implemented in the provincial court in Victoria and Surrey now, I think it must be a matter of, without attempting to put words in her mouth, a matter of concern to her as well. And so it is not a unique issue to the Court of Appeal, but there are a number of factors driving it.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, I am going to take advantage of the attorney's willingness to engage in a little unscientific speculation and make this proposition that in the vast majority of cases, where someone is self-represented, it's because they can't afford a lawyer. And I'm not actually sure I agree entirely with the supply-demand argument, although there are places in the province where it can be difficult to retain the services of a family lawyer. But I think they're out there. I just think people can't afford it. Which brings me to the then to something I'm really pleased that the Attorney General mentioned in his response, because I think we do need to move on here shortly. But I am anxious to get his thoughts on this. He mentioned the work that the Law Society has been doing around the perhaps expanded role of paralegals in the practice of family law. A lot of the discussion around this, quite appropriately, has tended to be on the issue of diverting cases away from the courts to other alternative dispute options. Fair enough. And hopefully in the vast majority of cases that can be done for reasons that the attorney has mentioned. In some cases that's not possible or doesn't happen. And so this project seems to be rooted in part in the belief that self-represented individuals are a reality, and we can have our theories about why that is so. I tend to think it has the most to do with cost of retaining help. I'm not sure anyone that can afford help to go to the Court of Appeal would choose to do it on their own, but maybe there are a few who have that confidence. But if that is the case, then the idea of creating some further assistance for self-represented individuals who find themselves in that very intimidating form, and it's intimidating times for lawyers, let alone a self-represented person. My understanding is that when the question of an expanded role for paralegals came before the Law Society a year and a half ago, that it has been withdrawn and is still the subject of conversation. I wonder, and again, I won't belabor this, but if this is an opportunity for the attorney as a member of as a bencher, to share with the committee what he knows about the status of that initiative, and whether he and the government are supportive of providing an expanded role. And when I say that, I probably do mean a role that extends as far as appearing at the Court of Appeal with a self-represented, otherwise self-represented litigant in a family law matter. So what's the status of that initiative? And broadly speaking, what is the attorney and the government's view on that question?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do, anytime I get a chance to speak about access to justice, however tangentially related to the bill, I will take it. As a member has hooked me, and now he's just got to reel me in. I will say that I trudged across the street from the legislature to the hotel, to the Fairmont, and where the Law Society special meeting was held in relation to paralegals being able to practice. There was a referendum, essentially, that was held by the membership of the Law Society around this very question. I spoke in favor of opening practice to licensed paralegals. I support it. I think it is a necessary thing, and I don't think it threatens the practice of family lawyers in the province at all, bluntly. I think it actually will make it easier for them to get to court with their clients if people are assisted through the process by a licensed paralegal, and the oversight of the Law Society of those paralegals would be significant, at least under the proposal as it was then drafted. Unfortunately, that measure, despite my support, was defeated, or perhaps because of my support. Regardless, it was defeated and caused, although not binding on the Law Society benchers, it caused them to desire to pause and have a look at what they were doing and make sure that they were proceeding in the public interest. And that's what I understand they're doing, is reviewing that proposal, and that it is not a dead letter, but it has not come back yet either. So I do check in regularly with them. I'm advised that it is still under active consideration at the Law Society. To the member's question, though, that is not the only effort that's been underway. I do want to recognize bencher Lisa Hamilton and Jamie McLaren working through Access Pro Bono, because beginning in February 2019, the Court of Appeal overhauled the manner in which litigants access pro bono services. So through Access Pro Bono, the new civil appeals program allows every self-represented person who files a civil appeal to have an opportunity to contact a lawyer to assist them in the process. And Lisa Hamilton, during the pandemic, and Access Pro Bono as well, have been using a form of software called CASE, and facilitating free mediation services for families with counsel through Access Pro Bono as well, where they can resolve disputes either in parallel with or even before they go to court. So I'm very grateful for those kinds of efforts. There are a number of initiatives that people are taking. We have we have Family Duty Counsel through Legal Aid BC, and Family Advice Lawyers and Family Law Line, Criminal Duty Counsel, and so on. They're all helpful to a degree, Law Foundation legal clinics, justice access centers, and so on, but they are not the same as having a lawyer standing beside you in court, or even a friend or an advocate assisting you, and that's why I'm very grateful that the Law Society is using this sandbox method to explore different ways to support people in court processes and deliver access to justice, and that's why I continue to support that experimentation, whether it's the paralegals or otherwise, to assist people through court processes. I think it's a net win for everybody, including lawyers, when people are able to access the court system and navigate it efficiently.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I had one last general area that I wanted to explore with the attorney relevant to the overall operation, exercise of jurisdiction by the court. And it does relate to the use of technology. It may be better suited to section 26, which I think is the single section here that includes the addition around video conferencing and telecommunications. So maybe I'll hold my commentary and questions on that matter until we get to section 26 and section 1 with this question to with respect to section 1 sub 2 and the deletion of the the inclusion of the specific reference to section 5 of the Offence Act. I think I heard the attorney say that is a new drafting convention, but that was different from the white paper and appears in the bill, not the white paper.
Attorney General on Clause 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the time the existing Court of Appeal Act was drafted, this was not a drafting convention, but since then it has become one. And I can advise the member under the Family Law Act, the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act, the Justice Reform and Transparency Act, Section 5 of the Offence Act is disapplied, and Section 5 of the Offence Act is a section that deems a contravention of a provincial statute to be an offence and punishable under the Act. Obviously, the Court of Appeal Act is a procedural set of rules for the court. Is not intended to become a provincial offence if you violate one of those rules. So it simply made sense in terms of drafting that it would be in Section 1, but it's not a unique use of this disapplication in justice-related statutes.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3, turn 2? 3. 3. On Clause 3, Abbots West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I'm not sure this is, I tried to check, I'm not sure this is different from the existing provisions, but I read this, is there a supernumerary justice in place for each of the court justices? Is that the present alignment of the bench at the Court of Appeal level?
Attorney General, on Clause 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The section creates an upper limit on the number of supernumerary justices, and the wording is slightly changed. The member will note the goal here is increased clarity about the number of supernumerary justices, the upper limit of which is 15. In the 2019 annual report of the court, there were 10. I wish I had a more recent number for the member, but that's the best we can do currently, and if I get an update from staff during our other discussions, I'll pass on to the member how many supernumerary justices we have in the Court of Appeal currently. But as of the 2019 annual report, there were 10.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I will ask this respectfully, but do they sit regularly? Are they paid?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just trying to track down some specifics. We all have some sort of vague responses for the member. Yes, they do sit. But beyond that, really hesitant to guess. And so if the member wants to move on to another area of question, I will, staff are continuing to work on this question to provide him with some detail about the role of supernumerary judges in the court, if there's another area that he wanted to canvass while they were doing that.
Member Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Okay, well, let's do that because it's not an area you want to be guessing at. But I was candidly a bit surprised to learn that for each sitting justice and the Chief Justice, there is contemplation of an additional supernumerary, a one-to-one ratio. I mean, the concept of supernumerary judges in the other courts, in the lower courts, is well known, but it doesn't, I don't think, exist at a one-to-one ratio, and apparently there were 10. So we'll wait and see what the staff can come up with. And I'm in the hands of the committee. I don't, if the attorney is happy to come back to this towards the end, we can do it that way. We could stand on the section, whatever is the easiest.
Attorney.
Section.
Thank you, Minister. So Clause 3 is currently stood down. Moving on to Clause 4. Sorry, member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Quorum and divisions of the court, it's my sense from my comparison that the quorum hasn't changed. Have the reference to divisions changed in this section at all?
Minister.
For the most part, Mr. Chair, the provisions remain substantially the same, but there's a simplification of the wording and a reorganizing the order of the subsections. There are some exceptions to that, though. I'll draw the members' attention to sections 13 sub 5 and 13 sub 6, which have been reorganized to provide for, in subsection 5, that a division may continue to hear an appeal if a justice is unable to act after the hearing commences. And subsection 6 provides options that the remaining justices have after the hearing concludes. So the amendments to these two subsections will clearly separate the provisions for the continuation of the division in subsection 5 and the options for division at the conclusion of the hearing in subsection 6, as the member can see.
Shall clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Member for Abbotsford West on clause 5.
The reference, well, let me do this hopefully efficiently in stages. The court regularly sits in Vancouver. It can sit in, has sat in Victoria at times. I recall it has sat in Prince George. Does it regularly sit in any other locations in the province?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 3 filing registries in the province: Vancouver, Victoria, and Kamloops. The court sits in 4 locations across the province: Vancouver, Victoria, Kamloops, and Kelowna.
Member.
Sorry, the attorney referred to registries, and I didn't get the number, and this comes up a little bit later, but how many registries did he refer to?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 3 filing registries in the province. It's Vancouver, Victoria, and Kamloops, and the court sits in 4 locations across the province: Vancouver, Victoria, Kamloops, and Kelowna.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I will make the statement, but it is a question. I presume the authority to sit electronically or by video conference derives from the other section 26 and not from section 5, which allows the court to, this allows the court to sit wherever. The other section allows the court to sit however it wishes. Have I summarized that correctly?
Attorney.
The member is for all intents and purposes, accurate in his summary, but I'll restate it just out of an abundance of caution. The amendment gives authority to the Chief Justice to direct the court to sit or conduct business at any place. And directed has been used to ensure consistency with this language in the Supreme Court Act. The amendment's intention here is to allow the court the flexibility to sit anywhere in the province, and not just in places where the registry is established. The member will note that I listed 4 locations where the court sits, but only 3 registries. And this amendment does draw on lessons from COVID and gives the court the ability to sit virtually by video or audio conference in smaller centers and preserve flexibility to appear in remote video hearings or other means as they're developed and as the court directs. This provision has a lot of potential and one of the legacies of COVID to expand access to justice for litigants who are long distances in our gigantic province. and expensive travel costs for remote communities that would otherwise have to travel for their appeal hearing. And I'll just take this opportunity to express my appreciation and gratitude for the efforts of the court during COVID to transition so quickly to virtual appearances. They use the Zoom platform, and they have no existing COVID backlog because of that decision. Now, people will unfairly compare the Court of Appeal to other courts in the province, and I say unfairly because obviously the Court of Appeal doesn't have the same challenges with evidence and witnesses and juries and that our Supreme Court has or our provincial court has to some degree. And that, you know, while noting those differences and the unfairness in comparing court levels, it certainly doesn't take away from the accomplishments and efforts of the court to respond to COVID so quickly, and I wanted to express my gratitude around that.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, I'd like to come back to that topic, but I'll do so when we get to Section 26, if that's all right with the committee. Last question on Section 5. Do I understand, therefore, the Court of Appeal no longer sits even occasionally in Prince George?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The section obviously allows the court to sit in Prince George, and staff are not aware of recent sittings in Prince George, and it's not one of the filing registry, certainly, or typical sitting locations, of which there are 4. So perhaps that's the answer to the member's question. The court may have sat in Prince George recently, but it's just nobody that's assisting me, and certainly I don't have personal knowledge of that.
Shall Clause 4, we've done that, Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 7.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The attorney has mentioned several times the desire to inject a greater element of plain language into the documents, and perhaps a measure of the success of that is the degree to which this quaint phrase rank and precedence stands out in this section, and the continued need to articulate statutorily that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has rank and precedence over all other judges of the courts of BC other than the Chief Justice, and literally a ranking order of importance. But what does that mean to the average person? Or is there can the attorney explain beyond protocol and how high the bench has to be in a particular courtroom? Is there a relevance that relates to the precedential value of a decision, for example?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the member's familiar with, but just for people who may be watching or reading the transcript later or otherwise interested, the Chief Justice has an important role in any court, or the Chief Judge. The Chief Justice is the administrative head of the court and responsible for assigning justices to hear various matters and coordinate the administrative responsibilities of the court. And it's a very critical role. I won't draw any parallels to anything else because it would not do the role justice. It's a very unique role in our Constitution and in the role of the courts as a branch of independent branch of governance in the province. And so, in that role, the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal has a twofold role. One is obviously the administration of the Court of Appeal, as I just said, but the other is the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal is also the Chief Justice for British Columbia, indicating that that Chief Justice is the functional Chief Justice for the entire province. In terms of the responsibilities or other duties that flow from that, happily, I'm not aware of a situation in which the Chief Justice has had to use that authority, but it is an important recognition of the Chief Justice as the Chief Justice for the entire province. With respect to the significance of decisions made by the court and the precedential impact of them, I'm not aware of sort of hierarchy of Court of Appeal decisions based on whether or not the Chief Justice or other justices were involved in the decision. The decisions of the court are binding on lower courts in the province.
Member.
Honourable Chair, and I think it was that last part of the attorney's answer that I was anxious to confirm. The binding nature, the precedential nature of the decision derives from the court as opposed to the individual judge. However, on the administrative front, the position of the individual judge as the chief judge of one level of court or another is very significant. Have I summarized that correctly?
Attorney.
I just wanted to consult with the team. It sounded correct what the member had said, and I do believe that his summary is correct.
Shall Clause 7 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 9 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 11.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So just a question as much for illustrative purposes. I'm looking at 11 sub 2, and this refers to the position of Chief Administrator, a significant position in terms of the operation of the court, and empowers them, empowers her or him, compels them, in fact, to direct and supervise facilities, registries, and administrative services for the court, subject to the direction of the Chief Justice for matters of judicial administration and the Attorney General for other matters. Now, perhaps intuitively we know what the difference is, but we don't get to debate or discuss the Court of Appeal Act very often. So it's probably worthwhile my posing the question to the attorney, explain the difference between a judicial administration where the chief administrator is taking direction from the Chief Justice and all other matters where the Attorney General possesses authority to direct.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The responsibilities, I mean, I guess I would characterize the responsibilities this way. The responsibilities around those related to the Attorney General for other matters really fall in the category of being a manager of the court location. So this is things like the building itself, making sure it's well maintained and that it's looked after, and you know, if there's a light bulbs burned out, or if their computer's not working, or that maintenance is done in the building. The chief administrator is responsible under the AG side of things for making sure that those issues are addressed as the manager of the court location, supervising staff, the technical side of a webcast, making sure that the clerks and the registry staff are following the procedures and the rules. And so that kind of management role is the AG side of things. For the Chief Justice side of things, the Chief Justice may draft an administrative notice or a notice to the profession, and then there's responsibility that comes from the chief to the chief administrator to distribute that notice. As well, the chief administrator has an additional role of being deputy registrar in the court. So in the absence of the registrar, there are some certificates and documents that the chief administrator can sign in certain circumstances and certain responsibilities that come with being deputy registrar, which is more in the nature of judicial administration. So judicial administration concerning the decisions and processes of the court, and then for the Attorney General, the machinery, the staff, the technical side. They're broad categories, but I hope that I've sufficiently drawn out the distinction between the two so that the member could anticipate which category a particular duty would fall into.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And again, I don't want to bog us down, but let me. We're dealing with the administrator here as opposed to the registrar. Does subsection 2 and sub B capture as well the ultimate authority of the presiding Attorney General around, for example, the rules of court?
Attorney.
Mr. Chair, I have to apologize to the member. I was asking for an update on the supernumerary issue as he began his question, which distracted both me and everybody that is assisting me from hearing his question. So it was entirely my responsibility. I apologize. If he could ask his question again, I would greatly appreciate it with apologies.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Understood. With respect to 2 sub B, and we are discussing the authority vested in the Attorney General to provide direction with respect to court services, facilities, registries, and administrative services for the court. Does that definition extend far enough? We were talking earlier about the rules of court itself, and we sort of settled on the process by which they evolve and change. But the reference to administrative services, is that broad enough in subsection 2 to capture rules and the role that the Attorney General plays in the development of those rules?
Attorney.
The section really concerns the role of the Chief Administrator, and to the extent that the rules are a creature of or the responsibility that the statute resides within the Ministry of Attorney General is the best way to describe it. Because they reside there, the role of the Chief Administrator on the AG side is to ensure that staff are following those rules at the registry, that they're using the rules and interpreting them in accepting applications and vetting forms that come in and so on. So that is a rule that's established that lives within the Ministry of Attorney General as a function of the way our government works, although really it is, as I regard it anyway, a co-managed statute between us and co-managed authority between us and the court. in terms of the chief administrator's role in subsection B, with regard to the rules, it would be making sure that the staff are following the rules, that they're following the processes, and so on. With regard to subsection A, where there's a matter of judicial administration, someone needs to sign a certificate required under the rules, and the registrar is not available, and the deputy registrar, who would be the chief administrator, could do that judicial duty. So it's a quasi-judicial role of fulfilling the purposes of the rules, by, in this case, signing a particular form or acting as deputy registrar. So in giving effect to the rules, it's a quasi-judicial responsibility. It would fall under section A. In ensuring that staff are following the rules within the registry, supervising staff, making sure the quality of work is good, it falls under subsection B.
Shall clause 11 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 12, member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. A few moments ago, we talked about the existing filing registries in the court, and I must confess my note is undoubtedly wrong. But when I was speaking with staff, and the fault is, as I say, undoubtedly my own, but I made a note that they referred to a vastly larger number of registries, and I thought that the reason that the type of registry they were describing is one that included some capacity for communicating with the Court of Appeal. So perhaps there's a different term that describes that, a full filing registry that is attached to a location where the court actually sits, and then something else, because the number I wrote down was somewhat in excess of 30, and maybe the attorney can disabuse me of whatever confusion I've caused myself.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff advised me that there are more than 30 Supreme Court registries, which maybe is what the member is recalling, but we are all standing by the 3 registry number for the Court of Appeal. I'm afraid I am not able to assist him, and staff are racking their brains, but can't. Other than the number of Supreme Court registries, can't recall the context of that discussion.
Member.
Okay, well, as I say, undoubtedly my error, but I suppose it does beg the question, and the attorney presided over a happy event, and one that I will say immodestly I had worked several decades to see become a reality, which was the opening of a new courthouse in Abbotsford, and was pleased to play something of a role of that in my time in government, and then to see it come to a fruition and become a reality. But is in this age of technology, I mean, it's a great achievement in Abbotsford to have a Supreme Court registry, which is an odd thing to say for the 5th largest city in the province, but there we are. But in terms of, for the litigant I used Prince George earlier, What are there practical impediments to being able to utilize a Supreme Court registry for the purpose of filing appellate documents and facilitating their flow into one of the three main registries? It just strikes me in this day and age that there shouldn't be as much magic attached to the physical location.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to answer the member's question, but before I do want to take the opportunity on the record to recognize his efforts around pushing ahead the new court location in Abbotsford. It's a beautiful new building, and it's a project that I inherited as Attorney General. I acknowledge that from the previous government. I'm grateful to the Premier and my colleagues for supporting the continuation and funding of that project that was initiated under the previous government, and grateful to the member not just for initiating that to ensure that Abbotsford is well served, but also for serving on the advisory committee as the building design process went through and throughout the construction process, and wanted to put that on the record. The specific question about filing, I think the member raises an important question. And in fact, that is the case in British Columbia today. For civil matters, you are not allowed to physically file your materials because of COVID. You must e-file. There's an e-filing system for the Court of Appeal. Again, they don't have those same challenges that the Supreme Court and Provincial Court has with challenges of evidence and so on. And so as a result of COVID, they were able to transition to e-filing for the vast majority of their business. You can do that from anywhere in the province. And in fact, it is the only way to file a civil appeal right now. With respect to the different registries, the courts are different and distinct entities. The Provincial Court Registry, the Supreme Court Registry, and the Court of Appeal Registry all operate independently. But to the member's question, we are looking to expand on these silver lining legacies of COVID around e-filing and electronic filing and so on, and ease of access to registries, no wrong door kind of approaches. But at this point, we're still in very early discussions with the courts around that, and as I have more information to share, I certainly will do so. I think that addresses his question.
Shall Clause 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 13 pass? Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 13.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And I guess just to have on the record for the attorney to alert the committee to any changes in the appellate jurisdiction that derive as a result of the new act. Thank you.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There may appear to be a change in jurisdiction under Section 13, Sub 2, Sub B, in that it's new. But this was an existing practice already. What the intention is in putting this section there is to assist self-represented litigants or maybe lawyers who are not as familiar with the best way to appeal the decision of a master. So this amendment is meant to make it really clear and easy to know that you can't appeal directly from the decision of a master to the Court of Appeal. So what the process is, if you have a decision from a master and you need to appeal it, you appeal it to a justice of the Supreme Court of British Columbia, not to the Court of Appeal. So what it does is it just tries to avoid people making that very common mistake by making it explicit in the new act. It doesn't change the current jurisdiction, and it's not the intention of this clause or the bill to change the appellate jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal.
Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 14 through 17 inclusive pass? Aye. So ordered. 18 pass. Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 18.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So a general division around the conduct of appeals and again reference to the Act and the rules, and then this delightful phrase that has been used in the previous Act, I think in Section 30. If we haven't addressed it, we will regulate it by analogy. And okay, I think in the context of what's being done, but here's the part that, and I read it and reread it, and then I read it earlier today, and I got it, then I didn't get it. Sub A, so we're at 18 sub 2 sub A. If a matter of practice or procedure is not addressed in this Act or the rules, the practice and procedure of the court is to be regulated by analogy to this Act or the rules. So what's an example? We haven't thought about it in this Act or the rules, but we'll regulate it by analogy to this Act or the rules. Presumably, we'll draw on something similar. What's an example of? Maybe they're here because the examples are so rare. But what's an example that staff can pull out to describe where that section might be required or useful or has been used in the past, in the previous bill?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be a bit of a miscellaneous Answers Act kind of approach. On the instant question that the member asked about an example, I can advise that I think the example I've been provided is that under the current section 16 of the Act, it's required to file an appeal book and a transcript in order to conduct an appeal. But for some tribunals, the appeal book and transcript approach may not work. And so the court needs to improvise and devise a process for that tribunal and tribunal record by analogy. What is the equivalent of the appeal book and transcript for a given tribunal? And so, hold on one sec. Can you mute the phone, please? Now, the member, I had discussed e-filing and said that it was mandatory. I didn't provide a nuance, which is important that I should, which is that for e-filing, it's counsel who must e-file if you're represented in the Court of Appeal. But there was some concern that the e-filing only directive might cause problems for some self-represented litigants. So there is a carve-out for self-represented litigants to file physical materials still, even during COVID. And then the member did ask about supernumerary judges, and I have an answer for him now about that. There are 8. Okay, I'll save that at the request of the member for when we go back to that section. That's our best analogy that we can rules by analogy example that we can offer.
Shall clause 18 pass? So ordered. We're going to move back to clause 4 that had been stood down, as I believe the attorney might have an answer for those questions. Sorry, clause 3, members, not clause 4. Clause 3, the Constitution of Court clause. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On clause 3, the member asked about supernumerary judges in the complement in British Columbia. So currently there are 8 supernumerary judges in the province. It does vary, as I noted in the 2019 report, there were 10. These supernumerary judges and the role they play is very important because they support the court in responding to an increase in volume or without having to increase the overall complement of judges. They sit at the discretion of the Chief Justice. Typically, they sit about half-time, about 50% of a full Court of Appeal judge, and they are paid judges.
Sorry, one moment, members. We are now back to clause 19. Shall clause 19 pass, recognizing the member for Abbotsford West?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. 19 sub 2 sub C and the general section is about curing irregularities. And I focused in on sub 2 sub C, the general power to for a justice to make any other order considered appropriate to address irregularity or procedural error. Does that capture missed limitations or filing deadlines?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This section is intended to deal with minor errors in the conduct of an appeal to prevent appeals from failing on the basis of procedural mistake, especially for those less experienced litigants, like self-represented litigants. And the change of the wording reflects the fact that the section should deal with errors and not objections. And also, just to clarify, procedural error does not mean whatever it is that it's not the subject matter of the appeal. If the tribunal or court that you're appealing from made an error and you're going to the Court of Appeal about that, that's not what this is about. This is about the conduct of the appeal in the Court of Appeal. The member asked specifically about examples of types of errors that people make, filing deadlines, limitation periods, and so on. This rule is drafted in a manner to give the court discretion about the fairness of its own processes. And so whether or not the court would allow this section to be used to cure a procedural error related to a filing deadline or a statute of limitations would really be up to the court to decide in terms of the fairness of its own processes under this rule.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I asked the question again with reference to the phenomenon we have discussed around increased numbers of self-represented litigants, and my recollection, my experience is that the court has drawn on its inherent jurisdiction and authority in the past to say to a litigant, and I shouldn't pick on self-represented litigants, it can happen to those that are represented as well for a variety of reasons, I suppose, that an important document, an important deadline is missed. But is this the codified authority for the court to say to a party, look, our rules say that you have disqualified yourself from continuing with this appeal, but we are prepared to accommodate your failure and provide you with an extended deadline or a new deadline to meet your obligations under the rules. Is this the section that provides that authority to the court? Does it need that authority?
Minister, on clause 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I mean, this is one of two candidate sections for such an approach to empower the court to be in control of its own process and whether to allow an appeal to go ahead despite an irregularity or procedural error. The other one I'll draw the member's attention to is section 30, which discusses the general powers of a justice. And it could also find some statutory grounding in that section as well, which is meant to be a broadly empowering statute for the court to control its own process.
Shall clause 19 pass? Aye. So ordered. On clause 20, Abbotsford West.
Honourable Chair, thank you to the attorney. I'm looking at 20 sub 2 and specifically sub A, and I just want to make sure I'm reading the new wording correctly. Am I correct that the need for the need for this section, or drawing on this section to quash an appeal, would never occur in circumstances where it was necessary to seek leave to appeal. If the attorney understands that, presumably the question of jurisdiction would be dealt with at the time of leave, that this section and this remedy would only become relevant in circumstances where there were a right of appeal directly to the Court of Appeal. Have I got that correct?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll do my best to give this the nuance that it needs. Let's just set aside appeals as of right. That is not at issue here, because if you have a right to go to the Court of Appeal, period, then obviously the court doesn't lack jurisdiction. So we'll set that aside. So in the scenario of seeking leave to appeal, you're asking the court's permission to be able to go and appeal. It isn't in front of the court until leave is actually granted. So if leave is not granted, there's no need to quash it because there is no appeal. Leave's not granted, sorry, you can't come in. End of story, this section does not apply. If leave is granted, okay, you can come to us, you can make your argument about the errors that were made in the levels below. An application might be made, or there may be a consideration by the court. In this section here, on application, a justice may quash an appeal on the basis that the court lacks jurisdiction. So the court has granted leave, and now the appeal is in front of the court. and then they hear one of the appellants and, or the respondent, and they say, we lack jurisdiction here, and then the appeal has to be quashed. So this scenario of Rule 20 sub 2 sub A is in the scenario where a party has been granted leave to appeal, but then on application, the court has determined that it lacks jurisdiction, and so therefore has to quash the appeal. It's a very specific scenario. It is not the scenario where someone is seeking leave to appeal. This section does not apply.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I had it right until the very end, and where the attorney described the application of the subsection in cases where leave to appeal has been granted, and then there is a subsequent application to quash. And I think my confusion was, if the basis in sub A is the lack of jurisdiction of the court, wouldn't that, as a matter of course, have been considered when leave was granted? Wouldn't that issue have almost always have been considered by the court at that point? Or perhaps it's a situation where, maybe I'm answering the question myself. Maybe it's a case where leave was granted, the question of jurisdiction wasn't argued until, wasn't argued by a respondent, and the argument comes along later. I think the part I'm confused about is, in circumstances where leave is required, surely it is at that stage that the question of jurisdiction would have been argued.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll use some legal terminology here, just to be clear for those of us in the House that may not be as intimately familiar with these things. The appellant is the person seeking leave, seeking the permission of the court to have an appeal heard, and the respondent is the person who's responding to that request on the other side in the court discussion. So the appellant attends chambers seeking leave of the court to be able to make the argument. The respondent either doesn't raise the issue of jurisdiction, doesn't attend, doesn't appreciate on the basis of the leave materials the jurisdictional issue, and the court grants leave to appeal. Then, on exchange of factums, it becomes apparent to the respondent that they should raise the issue of jurisdiction, that there is a jurisdictional problem here, and they want to raise that as a preliminary objection. Before you even hear this, Court of Appeal, I want to tell you that you don't have the authority to hear this. And so that's what this section deals with, is the preliminary objection of the respondent that may not have been raised for whatever reason at the leave stage, and they can come and raise that issue as a preliminary objection, and the court can hear it, and they can actually quash the appeal. Even though they granted leave before, they can say, okay, this is an important jurisdictional issue, we don't actually have the authority to hear this, and so we're going to kick it back out, we're going to quash it, is the word that's used in the bill. So it is a very specific situation, but it is obviously a situation that does come up, and the bill attempts to establish that the court has that ability to hear that application and to quash the appeal if jurisdiction is absent, or make an order to cure it or address it in some other way.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, it may seem odd to the throngs of people that are watching, but I actually understood that answer, and it makes a measure of sense. A respondent who chooses not to argue or doesn't raise the question of jurisdiction at the time leave by an appellant is being sought is not stopped from bringing an application later on that very point to seek quashing of the action. I won't ask the minister the attorney to respond. I think I have it, and we'll move on to the next section.
Shall clause 20 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 20 on 21, Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. As I think we made mention of earlier when we were still on Section 1, the CBA BC section deserves credit for having convinced the attorney and the drafters to delete the phrase from 21 sub 1 sub A, significantly irregular. I don't, again, wish to belabor the point. Its original presence suggested that at least for some people involved in the drafting of the bill, there were circumstances that warranted a summary determination that might not be captured by the terms frivolous or vexatious. Was that so? And B, is the attorney satisfied that whatever those circumstances are, they are then covered by sub B?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The CBA's intervention with respect to irregularity, I think, was premised on the idea that something might be quite irregular in terms of not coming to the court in a typical or frequent or normal kind of manner, but still raising an important legal issue that should be determined. And the concern, as which I'm, to be blunt, interpreting from their the fact that they raised it as an issue, would be that someone might be deprived of the opportunity of having an appeal heard simply because it was irregular, and so it was the feeling of certainly the drafters and myself in bringing this bill forward in the House, that subsection B provides a sufficient catch-all for the court to be able to, for either the justice or the registrar, to be able to refer a matter over to the court for summary determination if it's substantially irregular in a way that that can't otherwise be saved or redeemed. but that it wasn't necessary to call it out in subsection A as a sort of something to watch for, that an irregular or unusual appeal might actually be quite valuable. And putting it in subsection A may discourage people from bringing applications that should be heard by the court. So any irregular applications that need to be could be captured by subsection B, and appreciate the feedback of the CBA in this section.
Shall Clause 21 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause on 22, Abbotsford West?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. To the Attorney, I'm looking at the relationship between Section 22 sub 2 sub B and 22 sub 4 sub B, and I'll try in language that undoubtedly will be a bit flawed, but so we've got the eternal litigant who is proven to be very proficient at accessing the courts, but over time is establishing that he or she is doing so for purposes not contemplated by the courts. So the court is satisfied that there is someone attempting to come before it for vexatious reasons, for improper motives, and want to make an order that says, well, you can't actually come here until you have specifically applied for leave to do so. And in 22 sub B, it says they can only make that order if they've been given an opportunity to either be heard or make a written submission. Fair enough, got that. And then we go down to 4 sub B, which says if the justice makes the order under subsection 1, which sort of limits their access and requires them to make leave, the court may, without receiving further written submissions, dismiss an appeal or application for leave to appeal previously brought by the court by that person. So, roughly speaking, and I'm sure the attorney is going to be able to explain the nuanced difference, but the first section says limits the court's ability to make a restrictive order unless the person has been heard, and then sub 4 says it actually can make an order dismissing an appeal and limiting their access to the court without the person being heard. Maybe the attorney could clarify the difference that is contemplated there, where in one case the litigant is entitled to be heard, and in the other case he or she is not.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps an analogy might be a sort of progressive discipline process. So the idea here is, someone is abusing the courts, and it's reached the point that the court is considering making an order that the person is a vexatious litigant. The rules, or the bill here, requires that this is a serious matter because you're limiting someone's access to the courts and all the remedies that flow from that. And so that order can only be made if the person has an opportunity to be heard. However, if the person has an opportunity to be heard and the court still determines, no, this is a frivolous and vexatious appeal, but not only that, the conduct of this person is such that we need some safeguards here in terms of their ability to access the court, they would make an order. And so that order would only be made after the person has had an opportunity to be heard. Once that order has been made, though, it creates the possibility of the court being able to dismiss future filings from this person, future submissions, without an additional hearing. So for your first time out, the court will hear from you and they'll make a decision. And if they do make a vexatious order following that hearing, then what flows from that is afterwards, they don't have to hear from you anymore. They can dismiss the matter or an application for leave to appeal without hearing you. So it's kind of a stepped process.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Is that a more specific codification of, to use the attorney's, I think, apt term, progressive discipline than what presently exists in the Court of Appeal Act?
Minister.
The existing provision is much shorter, and I'll just read it for contrast. If, on the application of any person, a justice is satisfied that a person is habitually, persistently, and without reasonable cause commenced vexatious proceedings in the court, the justice may, after hearing that person or giving that person an opportunity to be heard, order that proceedings must not be brought or commenced in the court without leave of a justice. So this sets out more explicitly the authority of the court to make these orders and the process that the court may follow once one of these orders has been made in far more detail than the existing Section 29 of the Act.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So we've come to the provisions in Bill 11 that deal with the incorporation reference to technology, and it's unfortunate that the drafters chose to. I noticed this last night when I was reading through. They chose to caption as a heading limiting hearings, because I actually, if one thinks about it, it is precisely, hopefully, the opposite. It is to facilitate greater access to hearings. In any event, sub 1, sub A, allowing for the ordering of hearings to be conducted in writing, telephone, video conference, and other means. And the attorney has hinted at this in earlier exchanges, that some of this drafting, perhaps in response to the reality of operating in the climate of the pandemic. And to that extent, I think I alluded in my remarks to, then there are perhaps some positive developments that have arose out of this calamity. So the section, I think, speaks to participation by litigants, and the attorney may wish to offer up some explanation for the virtues and the positive nature of doing that, particularly these days. But I'm also interested in, not that the court, I think, requires the authorization that would be included in section like 26, because I think it can do so on its own. But the Court of Appeal now, I think on some occasions, has chosen to broadcast its decisions. I don't know if it has yet broadcast submissions, but for reasons the attorney has mentioned, it's not a court that is concerned with witnesses or the presentation of evidence. But I will confess a bias that has placed me at loggerheads with the courts in the past. If we want people to regard with respect and greater legitimacy the work of the courts, to the greatest extent we can, we should allow them to watch that work. And I will say candidly, the courts institutionally have been very hesitant about that. I was pleased when I saw the Court of Appeal broadcasting, and when we say broadcast today, I mean, we're not really talking about television anymore, we're talking about live streaming access, so I mean, we're all sort of alive to the various platforms and challenges, opportunities that are available in that respect. But to put this in the form of a question, is there anything in the section or the construction of the section that represents an impediment to the Court of Appeal being even more proactive in facilitating the public observing its proceedings? And then I suppose I'm obliged to ask, is that something that the Attorney General is inclined to favor and inclined to promote with the court?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've spoken about the Court of Appeal flipping a switch essentially and moving to Zoom in a very impressive way during the pandemic, and it's important to note that there have been as well webcast appeals processes, so they've not exclusively used Zoom. The court provided a website this fall as an example for a high security trial that they held, a high security appeal that took place in person. And as part of that, provided archives of and access to webcast proceedings. They provided access to webcast proceedings not through Zoom, but through links posted to the court's webpage. I note the Supreme Court of Canada does broadcast, both through streaming and television, hearings and argument, and archives those for the public to review. And I am certainly very supportive of the decision of the Court of Appeal to open up their proceedings in this way, that people could watch appeals at home. I understand informally that number of people did take up the court on their offer, and that the viewership numbers were impressive for some of their hearings. And I agree with the member that it does assist people in understanding how the court operates, and that this has generally been a positive experience for from my perspective, for the Court of Appeal. I'll let the court speak for itself about it, but I know it is a matter of some pride that they do not have a COVID backlog, and that the broadcasts of the appeals were viewed by significant numbers of British Columbians. There are obviously complications as you get into the other levels of court in our province, the provincial court, Supreme Court, with witnesses and evidence and complications that flow from that. But certainly, I understand that it is an ongoing discussion and concern of both levels of court, provincial court and and Supreme Court, about how the public can get access to and be able to hear and understand decisions that are being made by the court when they have transitioned many different processes to telephone hearings and other kinds of hearings. We're getting a little bit off the bill, but the open court principle is one that I know the courts take very seriously, all of them. And some of the challenge of conducting a hearing by telephone, video conference, or other means of telecommunication sometimes can be, does the public have access? And this is a national conversation that's actually happening with the courts in terms of various COVID-19 responses that have been implemented. So it's a very timely question by the member and a very important issue that continues to evolve in response to the pandemic public health restrictions in a way that prior to things were headed in that direction a little bit, but in a very different way. So it may be a legacy of COVID that people are more readily able to access the ability to watch proceedings in courts in British Columbia through telephone, video conference, or other means of telecommunication. I just, with respect to 26 sub 1 sub A sub Roman numeral 2, other means of telecommunication is meant to be broadly inclusive to allow the court to, when new technologies are available, to pursue those if they wish to conduct their hearings.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and to the attorney. I should take up the opportunity to add my thanks and congratulations to the court for adapting to very challenging circumstances through the use and deployment of technology that, as the attorney points out, has left them able to boast of the absence of a COVID backlog. I won't take off into a conversation about the other courts where the attorney is right. Arguments are made about the challenges. I think they are all challenges that can be overcome, but that is a conversation for another day. I will merely take advantage of this platform to thank the court for the work it has done and urge upon it the further use of technology as it reaches out and makes accessible. The accessibility of justice to litigants is most assuredly important. The accessibility of justice to citizens as a whole who can watch laws being created here. And I would submit it is equally important, at least as equally important, that they be able to watch the courts, the High Court in this case, Court of Appeal, apply those laws, interpret them, and apply them in ways that have in many cases, a direct and profound impact on their lives. So I have fulfilled the objective I set for myself to note the inclusion of the subsection, the opportunity it presents. I have detected from the attorney's words that he is not at all hostile to the notion that there be additional means found to provide people with the opportunity to observe the type of arguments and decisions that are rendered by the province's highest court.
Shall Clause 26 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 27 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 28 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 29 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 30 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 31 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 32 pass? Abbotsford West on 32.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. In 32, and in fairness, I should have referred to this when we were talking earlier about limitations and timelines, because Section 32 does speak directly to that point. My question, though, since we did cover some of that, in 32 sub 3, and I should perhaps know this from the Interpretation Act, does 32 sub 3 sub A, does person in that case include government?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding of the section is that a person would include government, companies, nonprofit societies, co-ops, any organization or individual that would have standing in front of the court. I would note that the government I mentioned to my team on the phone that you know, my understanding, and I heard from them, our understanding that government does file our materials on time, and then another staff member on the phone appropriately added the word usually. So the question is founded, although I will note that our council, in the vast majority of situations, do file within time limits except in extraordinary circumstances, but I appreciate the member clarifying the meaning of the word person.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I think what in part, well, two things provoked the question. One is with the resources available to government, and I know they're limited, and I know people often exaggerate that, but government is government. One would think an expectation that basic timelines and limitation periods are adhered to. But then it was the presence, and we'll come to it in a moment, two sections further, where government is excused from the need to pay security. Now, I think there's probably a rational argument around that the attorney will offer, but it strikes me that the test that might be applied in providing forgiveness to the Crown where it has missed a limitation period or a timeline is perhaps deserves to be stricter than for the average litigant, but I'll leave it at that on this section.
Shall Clause 32 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 33 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 34 pass? Abbotsford West on 34.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, the attorney heard my question a moment ago, and that is the rationale for the rationale for excusing government from the obligation to post security. I suspect I know the answer, but I'll wait for the attorney to give it.
Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, the government is good for the costs and pays costs, and so given that there's not an enforcement issue with government paying costs, the administrative burden of collecting advance costs from government and administering them and then returning them to government is essentially just wasted money and time and energy, and so that is the basis for the exemption for government from providing security for costs in advance.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And I'm not going to quarrel with the logic of what the attorney has just offered, except perhaps to add this, and it is based, I guess, on some experience of a decade or more ago, and the observation that government isn't always a great client, and I say that sort of in defense of the lawyers that ply their trade within government. Trying to get instructions from various departments of government, as I'm sure the attorney can attest, can be a bit of a challenge, and there are generally two times when the client, when it is possible to attract the attention of the governmental client. One is when the hearing is about to start and prospects for a successful outcome diminish, and maybe that's not unique to governmental clients. But the second one is when it's time to cut a check. So again, I'm not going to argue the logic of what the minister, what the attorney has said with respect to government being good for the costs, but I do know that he and I have seen examples where litigation has gone on far too long within government to the detriment of another party because government does have access to a potentially endless supply of resources, and sometimes forcing decisions upon clients within government is an effective way of having them confront the fact that perhaps the case that seemed so ironclad when it started, the strategy deserves to be reconsidered. I'll leave it at that on section 34 and advise the committee, Honourable Chair, that my next question will be section 46.
Shall clause 34 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clauses 35 to 45 inclusive pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 46 pass? Abbotsford West on 46.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I just need to take a moment to read my notes. So really a question as it relates to costs and a general question. First of all, if there's any appreciable difference between how costs are dealt with in this division, in this part of the bill, and what has existed in the Court of Appeal Act, I'd be obliged to the attorney to set out what it is. And then secondly, ask him to comment on whether or not the question of costs factors into the conversation we had earlier with respect to self-represented litigants. And I don't have an answer on this one, but to what extent the prospect of costs represents an impediment to a self-represented litigant is, I suppose, an obvious question. But I'll leave it there, and I think the attorney probably understands the nature of my inquiry.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, in the context of someone that is extremely limited in resources, they may apply for indigent status in the Court of Appeal, which would mean that they wouldn't have to pay filing fees either or costs, and if they're unable to do so. But this section does provide an authority to the registrar to consider in the context of the hearing and the applicants, the nature of the applicant, the nature of the application, and they could consider such things as whether someone's self-represented or otherwise in their assessment of costs. This section provides that authority for the registrar to consider these things in their assessment for costs. I note that there's no existing provision in the Act that mirrors this. Currently, it's in the rules, so this would pull that section of the registrar's authority into the Act so that all of the registrar's authorities are contained within the Act for greater clarity, part of the cleanup work that was happening under the Act.
Shall Clause 46 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 47 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 48 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 49 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 50 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 51 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 52 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 53 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 54 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 55 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 56 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 57 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
For those participating remotely, we're about to have a vote. Please have your voting cards ready. The motion is that the committee rise, report Bill 11 complete without amendment. Those in favor, please indicate. Aye. And those opposed, please indicate with X or say nay. The motion is carried. Speaker will be here momentarily.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole reports Bill 11 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read third time?
Now,
Attorney
Honourable
General?
Speaker.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Attorney General. Now?
Now, please, Honourable Speaker, yes.
Okay. Members, the vote is about to take place. Those who are participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. You heard the motion. All in favor say, indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, indicate nay. Motion carried. This is the bill. Bill has passed. So let me have it. Bill 11, Court of Appeal Act, third reading has passed. It's ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call committee stage Bill number 5, Insurance Corporation Amendment Act.
Committee Chair.
Vancouver Langara on Bill 5. Shall Section 1 pass?
That's already passed.
Oh. We're on Section 2. Thank you.
Clause 2.
Good. Shall Clause 2 pass? On Clause 2 as amended. On Clause 2 as amended. Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that we can come back to the discussion on Clause 2 of Bill 5. As the member from Prince George Mackenzie and myself have been discussing with the Minister at the committee stage, as well as the leader of the third party, I just wanted to come back to two principal concerns. One we've talked about, which has been at length, has been at least in our view, a concern regarding the lack of independence of the fairness officer under Section 55, 55 of the bill. Just wanted to ask the Minister just to clarify, when we were having the discussion at committee stage relating to this particular section, the Minister referred to in the case where certainly in terms of the budget process, that the expenditures would be, the budget process for necessary expenditures would be determined by way of regulation. And the Minister made a comment that if there's a disagreement between the fairness officer and the board on what is necessary for the officer to fulfill their mandate, then the officer can submit a special report to the Minister regarding the budget. So by the description that the Minister was providing, Mr. Speaker, it sounds like there's been some consideration as to the process under which the Minister would intervene in respect of, in this case, a disagreement as to the budget. Could I ask, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister if he could please describe further what the regulations that are contemplated. Obviously, there is reg-making power in this bill later on, but just in terms of this specific section, because it does refer to how the budgeting process as prescribed by regulation, if I could ask again for the Minister to give further explanation of that process and the circumstance in which the Minister would intervene, because clearly by the previous statements, that budget process would require the agreement of the board.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So, yeah, no, the Fairness Officer will submit a budget to the board. The board will approve that budget. They may amend that budget. If the Fairness Officer is not happy with that board, then they have with what the board's decision is, then he has the ability, or she has the ability, they have the ability to submit a special report to me as minister. There's not a prescribed process for me as minister in terms of how I would deal with it. As minister, at the end of the day, there is considerable discretion in how to proceed on matters and to make a decision. And I obviously would look at the report. I would obviously look at what the board has submitted, what the Fairness Officer has submitted, and make a decision accordingly. And at the end of the day, it's also not something that I expect would happen particularly often. The reality is you are dealing with professionals, both in the corporation and a professional in terms of the Fairness Officer. But there is that mechanism there that if there is a dispute or a concern that as minister, I have the ability to examine it and to make a decision.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the response. I presume, though, that this will be an annual budgeting process. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you. It will be an annual submission, but it will also, so the Fairness Officer will submit a budget. That budget will also include a forecast for the two subsequent years as well.
Member Vancouver Langara.
I just wanted to just continue with this line of inquiry here. In terms of the forecast, presumably, of course, this is going to be a new establishment of an office, but let me just clarify that. Is there, given that there is a new transition under the no-fault regime, with this officer with these responsibilities, does the minister currently have from the ministry an overview as to what the expected budget envelope might be within ICBC for this new office?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's my expectation that this is something the new Fairness Officer will work with ICBC and the board to determine once they're appointed. I would obviously expect that in terms of determining what that budget needs to look like, they will go back and look at the number of cases that have been being dealt with in preceding years, for example, to give some sort of scope in terms of what that budget requirement would be.
Member.
I appreciate the response. I think this belies the challenge for the board of ICBC and the new Fairness Officer with the skill sets the Minister spoke about last time. There really is no although there has been previously some experience relating to a similar fairness office or function, this is an entirely different regime. So there isn't really a firm track record, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what this will look like. So I expect that there will be a great deal of working through and forecasting that will be determined on an annual basis, that will need to be adjusted as the new fairness officer goes forward and builds up an office to deal with this new regime. If I can just ask a question before giving way to the leader of the third party, who has some other questions before I come back, given we are sitting now on March 17th with the new no-fault regime to come in place on May 1st, has there been, in terms of the search for the fairness officer, is there a process that's underway right now in terms of a posting and a job description seeking the roles, the individuals to potentially serve in this capacity?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It will be a cabinet posting, and I can let the member know that the posting is imminent. It will be being posted very shortly.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just have back to the capacity of the fairness officer, what this person would and would not be able to do in terms of helping people with situations they have. I have a fairly specific example that's actually happening in real time, something that's been brought up to me by a constituent, and it traces back to the Evidence Amendment Act, and the Act puts a cap on disbursements for legal fees and other costs in cases where the fees have already been incurred, but there is a transitional period, as the Minister would know very well, a transitional provision on that 5% limit of disbursement fees that would not apply if people had a notice of trial before February 6, 2020 for trials of in pre-October. However, then COVID hit, and there have been a lot of delays in court processes, and a lot of people whose trials could have fallen before that that time set in the provisional, in the transitional provisions, they're not going to make it. And there are clients now of lawyers who have some pretty significant costs for experts that have been accrued, and with the changes in the legislation because of the Evidence Act, these clients may in fact be facing having to pay these themselves. So my question, I guess specific to this bill, would be, is that something the fairness officer would be able to weigh in on? Would the fairness officer be able to say to ICBC, you need to address this, basically this unfairness that's happened to people because of circumstances well beyond their control, a global pandemic. And then I guess second to that would be, if the fairness officer wasn't able to do it, would the minister consider doing it?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The answer would be no. That will not be within the Fairness Officer's jurisdiction.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So I guess that brings us back to the question of the efficacy or the usefulness of the Fairness Officer when there is something like an example like this that is a kind of a structural unfairness that has resulted because of the pandemic and because of delays to court cases being able to be heard. Then what would people be able to expect from the Fairness Officer in cases like this?
Minister. Continue. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So they would not be dealing with anything to do with the Evidence Act or anything that's before the courts. They could look at maybe ICBC processes, but that would be it. The rest that you have described would be a matter where the courts would be the ones making decisions.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'll turn it back over to the official opposition after this, but I think it just highlights, again, the kind of fundamental questions around this legislation and the notion of a fairness officer for a Crown corporation that is ideally meant to be serving people, and we would want to have it be operating in a way that people feel is fair in its actions, generally speaking. And so, I do feel a level of caution around this legislation and this proposed role, in that, as it stands in the legislation, it seems that it's a pretty circumscribed position, circumscribed role that would limit just how much this person would have the ability to really be somebody that the people of BC could turn to in a moment when they feel that they have not been treated fairly by this Crown Corporation. So I know we've discussed this at some length, and there's going to be more of it, but just wanted to put on the record that I still remain quite concerned with just how useful this could ultimately be, and costly.
Vancouver Langara.
Well, I certainly share the concern of the leader of the third party, and I know that my colleague, the member from Prince George, Mackenzie as well, has raised that issue in this House, and I do have, we have a series of further questions relating, as the leader of the third party just described, the circumscribed nature or otherwise the very limited powers of the Fairness Officer. And so, as we know, Mr. Speaker, the powers and duties of the Fairness Officer, as the member from Prince George, Mackenzie, had gone through in detail in the last committee session, in Section 56, set out the duties of the Fairness Officer. I'd like to, though, spend some time on the restrictions on the jurisdiction set out in Section 57, which, again, the leader of the third party has noted, and myself in comments on this bill, even at the committee stage. So, if I could ask through you to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, we had some discussion last time around, and the Minister has continued to frame or state that the Fairness Officer would have every authority and ability to investigate the procedures and processes that were used to determine the benefits that an individual would receive and make a recommendation to ICBC about what they found in terms of those processes and procedures. So if we look at what a complaint is defined under the bill in terms of a corporation process, as the Minister certainly noted in the last committee session, it refers to the subsections of the Insurance Corporation Act under 7B, 7C, 7D, and G, and H. And of course, those sections refer to the administration of the plans of insurance, for example, under 7B. So if the policies and procedures that the Minister is speaking of relate to that, if I can ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, how does the Fairness Officer separate out the review of those policies and procedures as to insurance from the amount payable by the corporation? Because certainly those policies and procedures gets to a determination of the amount payable by the corporation, whether it's through benefits, other compensation. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, if he could just walk us through how it is that we're separating out those same policies and procedures from the amount payable by the corporation.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So if someone feels that they have an issue around fairness, they go to the Fairness Commissioner. The Fairness Commissioner will look at the issue that has been raised. If they find, for example, that there has been an unfairness, that the process has been unfair, they will make a recommendation to the board. The board can then take steps to remedy the procedural process, the unfairness in the procedural process, and that obviously may or may not result in a different outcome.
Vancouver-Langara on clause 2.
Just to clarify, as we walk through this then, is the minister suggesting then that an individual case or individual complaint filed by one British Columbian will escalate in the manner of the review under Section 56, looking into the nature of the decision or recommendation made, but not being able to comment on the amount determined payable by the corporation or make recommendations relating to the amount payable by the corporation, brings that up to the board, and somehow it's describing a policy or procedure that has led to some unfair result or determination by that individual, in that individual's case. So we'll come back to that, the nature of what the fairness officer is escalating up the chain to the board. But I just want to clarify one point first, that it will be individual cases that the board is going to be reviewing in terms of what policy and procedure was deployed by an ICBC staff member, whatever the individual is being called, determined after the no-fault regime. Is that the case?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So it would be both. So the Fairness Officer has the ability to deal with both individual unfairness in terms of policies and procedures, but also has the authority to look at potential systemic unfairness in policies and procedures.
Noting the hour, Minister.
Well, it is 5:02. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Noting the hour, I move the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you have heard the motion. Please have your voting cards ready. On the motion that the committee report progress on Bill 5 and ask leave to sit again, those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion's carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the committee on Bill 5 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. Have your voting cards ready, please. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.